Going live. Hello everyone, Fangs of Fire here, and boy do we have a hype doubleheader between us today, or rather not between us, in front of us today. Today we have two of the oldest and most well-known members of the community fighting for a position in the semi-finals. The two in question are the higher seed, MisterGreen, who has chosen to play as Dracula first. Though he tends to share my opinion that it doesn't especially matter, at least in knockout, it doesn't really matter. It's really the third game that matters. There are some pros and cons to what you pick, and his opponent playing as the Hunters, as was the mandate as the lower seed, albeit barely, is PizzaWizard, the one and only champion of 2023. And wow, do those two have a lot of history between them. I am slightly ill today, so I won't be doing much commentary. The main commentary will be taken over by JB Philly, here with me today. Thank you for coming, JB.
What up?
At least for the first game, that is.
Yeah, I'm not going to stick around for both, but I should be able to do this first one.
Yeah, that should allow me to save my breath for the second game, mostly at least. But Harker right off the bat, interesting. Yeah, I'll add stuff here and there, but the general stuff, take it away, by all means.
Okay, let's see what I can do here. So, yeah, as Fang said, we've got two really veterans of the Fury of Dracula community. I think both of them were already around when I started playing this game 2.5 years ago. And PizzaWizard, of course, both are strong players, but PizzaWizard is one of the strongest, having won the league a year ago, and I think he's won
2 years actually.
2 years, of course, 2 years ago, right? Scott Sword won a year ago and 3 years ago, and PizzaWizard won 2 years ago, and basically,
he wins when Scott Sword isn't around to challenge him.
That's kind of it, yeah. Nobody seems to be able to take Scott Sword out of contention except for having a baby, so. Sometimes he's just not around and makes room for the rest of us. But yeah, PizzaWizard is an excellent player, so I won't be surprised if this thing goes in his favor. But yeah, it should be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, I suppose one last thing. I should mention is, since I am live streaming this on Twitch, chat. I will be keeping an eye out for messages and be replying to anything I see. So feel free to ask questions, whatever you want. I'll at least read them out for JB to answer, if nothing else.
Nice. Yeah, I don't have access to that, so if you do read those out, I'll be happy to run my mouth about them too. But yeah, I mean, this is the standard first week of any game that you're commentating is always sort of like, oh, how do we fill this dead air? Not a lot really happening on the board. We have an Evil Presence out, and
yeah.
His standard PizzaWizard start where there's no Hunter in Madrid, so that doesn't allow us to rule out Spain. But still, a fun little factoid, which might be relevant. It rules out, let's say, a Swansea start, for example. Not too much else at this stage. Mina's got a horse already. That's very convenient for her.
Yeah.
And he's got old J Harks up in the ally corner.
Yeah, and we also know that Skoldomik is holding a stake, because before that horse he was doing that.
Yep, yeah, so they've got some good equipment coming in, and yeah, Jonathan Harker's there to take care of those newspaper report duties, just in case that card doesn't show up. If the 40% chance comes up that newspapers isn't drawn within the first week, the Hunters will have a way to find the trail, which is always nice for them. But yeah, not a whole lot else. I don't know enough. I can't really say anything specific to MisterGreen about where he might have started beyond just that, it's most common for players to start in the extremity locations, which are all pretty standard at this point.
Yeah, typically if there's anything that's even remotely predictable about MisterGreen, it's typically over in the east, but that's true about most folks.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the East is
and
skeptical. I was telling you.
and or Spain versus PizzaWizard setup,
Yeah.
PizzaWizard or Oktoberfest, which is
Yeah.
hence
Okay,
why.
so he's going for Spain. Yeah, makes sense. Ruling out Granada, Cadiz.
Yeah, that's
Probably what I do.
especially with Oktoberfest start, that's become more popular. Excellent weather,
Yeah.
Armina. Neat.
All right. Mina's got an excellent weather. Yeah. Van Helsing might take it and use it over to the mainland, or well, we'll see. But
Yeah. One thing. Yeah, I suppose. For those who don't know JB Philly, I probably should have mentioned a bit more about you,
oh yeah.
since you are the level 2 Cookie Monster after, or rather, were demoted to the rank 2 Cookie Monster after Tarvalar joined, for one thing, and secondly, he is one of the admins in the tournament. Uh, Although JB Philly has rarely competed, I think that the only time he
I
competed was
competed one
yeah,
game of Dracula.
you competed
Yeah.
2 years ago in the
Well, actually, I've done the team. I did the duos and dark calls the team tournament.
hmm
In 2024. That was a little bit of a lighter time commitment. It only asked for one game a week rather than two, and also it just kind of helped me avoid the
well
compulsion.
that
Really
would
take.
have been Immortal Invitational, not Duos and Dark Call.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, wait. So I did. Hold on.
There have been two different ones. Duos
Oh,
and
wait.
Dark Call was this year. League
Right.
uh,
Oh,
Immortal
and I did
Invitational
with.
was last year.
Didn't I?
You
I was
did.
with. Yeah, it must have been this spring. Yeah.
I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
It was no,
the
2025. I got all mixed up. Yeah, I was teammates with Tarvala this spring in duos and dark calls. And not in the I guess not in the Immortal Invitational. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Yeah, one or the other. I know that.
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, you first popped up, and by surprising folks in 2023, League
Yeah.
of Dracula, he ended up being
Yeah.
MisterGreen twice back then.
Yeah, so I did end up coming in, I guess, third in that one. Probably would have been fourth if what's his face hadn't dropped out, Edward Scissorhands. 'Cause that guy was good, but yeah, so I kind of came up out of nowhere. But what I realized is that like just the amount of time that it takes me to get good, like I have to practice a ton, I have to play a ton of games, and like it was just taking so much time that I don't want to make that time commitment again for future leagues, and then I don't know. I would love to get back into another one in the future in theory, but yeah, it was a
Yeah,
big time
he.
like three.
Yeah, and that's why you have fun by doing the admin duties.
Yeah. You get to watch games. I don't have to like track as intricately who's beating who, but okay, newspaper reports.
Yep, typical.
See? Okay, fair
One,
enough. An Eastern Star. Looks
one of
probably
one of
Varna.
the typical ones, yeah.
Unless
Varna's
it's Galatz. No, it can't be Galatz. What am I saying?
uh
Well, yeah, Varna.
Bucharest is the other
Yeah.
one.
Rest. Don't see a.
Interesting that there's no hide card.
Yeah. Didn't do the hide track. I guess it's getting awfully common now. But
The hide trick has gotten less and less common, due to I mean, sometimes the hand doesn't go for it. Sometimes
yeah,
sometimes you just your opponent. Sometimes I think that now that the trail slide first is relevant, that has been sliding off more and more.
mm.
I mean, in my case, it is. In my case, well, you know me, I do central start, and therefore I don't. The most common thing for me is trash trail.
Yeah.
But in others cases, I suspect it has something to do with how the hide card means that's one turn you get without cycling an encounter, because
Yeah, that and yeah.
because before the trail slides first came into play, that wasn't that big of a factor, or at least as big of one, and therefore you could kind of rely on a desecrated soil under a hide card, posing as a saboteur to get you cards. But now that the trail slides first is in play, you feel you'll need to use those a bit more actively. Since that can be the differences of one C being life or death, those can be uh, those can just be like a makeshift hoax that makes them waste time and reveal where a heavenly host is. Blah blah blah. Lots of
Yeah, yeah,
lots of you could muse about it all day and wouldn't tell us everything.
yeah. But yeah, so he's almost definitely started in Varna. Has probably not hidden so far. Unless he hid later, but he
Yeah,
has not.
he would literally would have had to hide either last turn or just now. So if he did hide, he hid at Varna if he started at Bucharest, or vice versa. Uh, Either that or
He's
just
probably
now.
gone to, I think, Sofia, because we know that he wasn't in Austria last night. Oh, local rumors, not gonna help. But yeah, I feel like he probably went Constanța, Bucharest, Sofia. Now maybe he has gone to Belgrade or Sarajevo. He could now be in Austria, but he could also be down in Greece. So I gotta imagine the hunter's gonna start to move right about now, unless their tickets are bad or something.
Yeah, it's
But they've got,
entirely possible that they'll just admit that they can't deal with the first one.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh, okay, she's moving.
okay, yeah, if you have a horse and you have the white ones, then definitely do so.
Yeah,
Uh,
Sarajevo.
especially
He's not there. And
yeah.
not. Hmm.
Hmm.
It was risky for sure. I mean, if she has an escape route, then whatever. But yeah, knowing that somebody would like to go to Sarajevo to reach Varna, Dracula could certainly have walked there and sort of
Yeah,
ambushed.
that's the strength of Easter starch. You can the hunter movement is way more predictable than in other areas. That being said,
Mm.
so is your own.
Yeah.
But in the early game,
Okay, he's trading or something. I wonder what. Maybe just taking some events off, or since she's got full pockets and he doesn't.
that'd be
But
my
could be
guess. Yeah. Oh,
some nifty.
took the excellent weather. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that would make sense.
Mina's got a surprising return as
Okay,
one of our other
that makes
events.
sense. Interesting to have the excellent weather. All right.
Yeah,
And
Jonathan
Varna.
Harker telling us that it is indeed Varna instead of Bucharest. So therefore, next up is Bucharest. And then after that, well, we know that he either went up to Galatz then hid there. Because, let me see. It's possible, actually it's possible that it's Klausenberg. Or like
Uh,
Hyde, Belgrade.
it would have had to have been either Galatz Hyde and then Klausenberg, or else not Klausenberg. Or well, because basically like the space two times after Varna
Got
is
scanned,
where they
yeah.
scanned it, not Austria, so he couldn't have been in Klausenberg or Belgrade at that point. But
Yeah.
uh, it's probably Sofia and then down into Greece.
Yeah. Lots of possibilities.
Yeah, we'll know more soon. Bombing's still supplying. I guess the horses have not all come out yet, so it's kind of all falling to Mina to deal with this trail, which don't know if she'll be able to, because if it's delaying stuff, then she gets one thing and then the next thing gets by. We'll see.
Would not surprise me. But
Well, shoot you. Get into
but the lady
and
and she's not going to make it there in the
slow
first
horses,
place.
brutal roll right
In that
there.
case, yeah, you definitely.
Oh, okay. Yep, it was Bucharest, Sofia.
Okay,
And
well
then
now
either Belgrade, Salonika, or Valona. Now he's getting ambushed. This is interesting. So Varna for sure is going to mature,
Well,
but she could still get to Constanza if Varna's not a vampire.
the fact that I'm inclined to Sophia is a very frequent spot for bats to be, so my guess it has something to do with that.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think yeah, for sure. Yep. Then he decided to go for it. So interesting. So there might be something nasty, like a vampire.
Yeah, and the
Ghost.
thing is that this means that Golan will have to play a charred carriage or renewed vigor with sense of emergency, to get there to get to Constanta in time. Avarna is already done. He's trying to secure a double mature, which means that that's obviously not a vamp, but that much was pretty obvious already. But
I'm curious where he's going to move her. Like, it could be that Varna's a vampire and he's going to move her there to try to. Oh no, he's going to move her to Valona, where he is with a mob. But interesting. Moving.
I would have
onto-
not ambushed.
Yeah, moving a hunter onto you like that means okay, you'll get the dawn fight, and potentially he can stay there with a hide. Or I don't even know if he can feed actually. Being at full health.
You
Maybe he's thinking,
can.
well,
It simply
fight her
doesn't
during
get
the
you
dawn,
anything.
maybe hit him once or twice, then he'll feed and fight her at night since she can't move away or heal. So he might, yeah,
Yeah.
he's going for the mimic kill here, which is aggressive and interesting. I
I
like
think,
it.
and in retrospect, you recall how Harker was drawn day one. If you have,
Ooh, and he's gonna take the weapon away too. That is harsh.
yeah, that's rough.
Wow. Okay, he's definitely going for the Mina kill. I like it. He's just kind of banking on Godalming not sense of emergency down there.
Oh,
Oh, okay. So
whoa.
he's got the leap.
Well,
She's got the
however,
leap.
it's definitely very nice to know. That is definitely very
Yeah,
nice to
I mean,
know.
she can do the leap at one of the fights, but then she's at 1 HP and he just kills her. So yeah, that's even the heroic leap is not the free get out of Dracula free card that she was hoping for.
Yeah,
Yikes.
mind you, she will be able to leap the first one, and then Van Helsing can, and he has to feed before that happens. Feed or dark call. I'm really
Yeah,
con-
what I'm saying here, yeah. But I think he still should because I mean, okay, she does 5 damage, maybe whatever. Then he feeds, he's back at 12. He can
I
still get
actually
more damage.
disagree. I would cut my losses. You have already matured Varna to tell you where HL is. You've already gained information, and you have also secured them having to spend events to stop Constanta.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I think there's good arguments either way. Um, but that said, I don't know. I mean, I don't even
Very
know if
funny,
she should use
PizzaWizard.
heroic leap. I don't even know if she should use heroic leap. Like if he fights her at dawn, because then she'll be at 1 and almost guaranteed to die in the evening.
Well,
Uh,
like the problem with doing it, with not doing it in the dawn, is
I mean, that is just wasted, yeah. But she's at 6 HP. Like her chances of getting out of this alive are not that bad.
like basically if you want to make Dracula. I mean,
Oh, okay, he's going for it. Yep.
okay, but now that
Wait,
sense of
so
emergency that I described could get to Constanta can now get to you.
yeah. I mean, he's
That is
definitely
when.
banking on not getting pounced by Godalming, but it's fairly
Yeah,
early. The odds that A, they have sense of emergency at all, and B, that it's on
yeah. This
Godalming.
is. I mean, this is a very risky move, to be sure.
It's risky, but I like it. I think it's the right
What
choice.
what I
Well, again, I think it's a right choice. I don't think it's a wrong choice.
Yeah, you
So
gotta pitch
anyway,
some gambles early. I think that if it had been one, I think in my case, I would if it were 1 day sooner, I would have gone for it. Reason being is that you would have still been in week 1, and if it did come to a pounce, you can still flee very early. When it comes to the second fight, if it goes awry.
sure, yeah. That spare
Whereas
token does.
whereas the fact that we're now in week 2 now makes you have to endure a full second volley. Okay, yep.
Oh, go for it. All
Well,
right.
why
Okay. I
wouldn't
mean, I
he?
guess
What if
it's
she?
kind of like
What
I'll
what?
get 5.
Why on earth wouldn't she? Because what if he?
Yeah. Oh, there it is! Holy smokes!
The
Whoop, there it is.
the
Wow. What are
the
the odds?
the thing about Mia doing it or not is what if the day fight ends up with him doing getting like several plottings off and landing and outguessing you too much.
Oh,
So if you're gonna
yeah. No, there's risk either way. It's either you do the leap and guarantee her death, but guarantee 5 damage, or you kind of take the more, iffy route of like, hey, maybe she gets away completely. But also maybe she doesn't. So yeah. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting fight to watch because Mina is like almost sure to die here, unless Dracula just gets a bad combat hand and she escapes right away.
Yeah, the
So
thing
the
is that
outcome
even
that
if
he
she
kills Mina, beats Godalming up and escapes by bat, that's a really bad outcome for hunters. But for hunters, obviously, like if things go right for them, they could beat the crap out of Dracula.
I think
And
I think what I would do in the 100. Well, what have we got in the discard so far? Let's see what we can rule out for what Goldong may have. There's only 1 Holy Bullets in the deck, and there's 3 rifles. But there are 3 rifles,
Yeah.
and there's so 1 more rifle and 2 more pistols left.
Okay,
I
going after the Alming. Maybe with
okay.
the strength or something, or a...
I'm
Yeah,
okay.
strength. That makes sense. I support that. Oh, yep. Good move.
Nice,
Break the knife. That's
nice move.
huge. And yeah, Dracula should be afraid of holy bullets for sure. Okay, coming out with double knife. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Uh,
especially given who your
I'm really
opponent
happy that he
is.
broke one knife. I might have been happier as Dracula to have mesmerized Mina there or broken her knife rather than Godalming's, but I do think that there was a good chance she was going to dodge. So I think it makes
I
sense
would
for him to attack
have,
it.
I would have, if I had it, targeted Gul'dan with claws. Granted, you don't know if he has a rifle, but
That's my fear. Is that he comes out blazing with the holy bullets on round one, and then you play claws and just get hit for like 8. But yeah, I mean, he has no way of knowing these things. For
yeah, but
sure.
then again, if he dodge, then hey, yeah, there's yeah, if it
This
was,
is a tough one for Drac, because like, does Mina gonna dodge or is she gonna escape? And if he guesses wrong, then
mm-hmm.
he's missed the chance to kill her, which is what this is all about. No, mesmerizing her is a fairly safe option because she might risk a punch, but that's that's dicey.
I mean, he's already gained something out of it. I mean, the forcing Gul'dan to use the sense of emergency this early,
Yeah, yeah.
for all we know, Constantis is desecrated soil laid there for encounter economy due to his bad starter
That,
hand.
that'd be a good
Uh,
outcome.
that would be
Yeah, that'd be a
there's
really nice outcome. That or a hoax would be excellent for Dracula. A vampire mature not as much because it's max 4 points and it removes 2 other encounters from the trail, so he almost like doesn't want to mature a vampire that much if it's Constanta.
yeah, I definitely would
But
not because I would just literally destroy every bit of trail you've got.
yeah, yeah, and
That
then if it is a vampire, he can lair it, make it like a triple vampire situation, and go back to it, as opposed to just getting 4 points and giving the hunters a bunch of breathing room. Okay, going for Godalming again. He's
I
guessing
would
that Mina's not
I would
safe
go
there.
with claws this
He's going
time.
mesmerize.
Oh,
Oh,
so he did
yep.
have
He saw
it.
the holy bullets coming. I feel like Godalming's got a set of bullets on him.
I mean,
And Mina. Oh, she punches. Okay.
oh,
Wow. Dracula really guessed correctly there. That's big. So now,
now you claw.
if I have claws, I'm playing that straight on Godalming. Now he may dodge, but
I would do it straight on Mina because I would
really,
because then at least it's moot if either she dies or it's moot.
that's
Uh,
true.
Whereas Gul'dan, if you target him, if he dodges, on the other hand, I mean, Gul'dan's not going to escape.
Yeah, yeah, true.
And you will be able
I
to
mean,
do some
this is
damage.
like a big guessing game. Like we know Mina's hand. We have one question mark in Godalming's hand.
Uh, which I would
But
wager is holy bullets given the circumstances.
I feel like it really is. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, we know that he has a rifle, and that's it. Now, that is.
yeah. Oh, okay. Going after Mina.
Okay, and it's
Hit the claws.
claw.
Okay, he's guessing that she's not going to dodge, but she dodges. Okay, well, that's yeah to be expected. He had to shoot a shot.
That being said, whoa, oh
Oh, the
boy,
host. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, this is awful for Dracula. Wow, this is gonna be.
is this really going
This
to be
might
a?
be a really
Is
big
this
game for
really?
PizzaWizard.
Is this really going to be a day? What is it? 8 finish?
They win. Honestly, I might be able to stay around for the second game and commentate that one too. Because good lord.
Wow.
Yeah, this did
I
not go
mean,
the way. I mean, he really the things did not go his way overall. He guessed very well in a couple of rounds of this combat, but like Godalming had having the sense of emergency. Um, that really cooked him.
that being said, they have a 1 damage if there is no bullets. So long as he blocks one of them with a strength, he's not dying.
That's true.
Since
Well, actually, Godalming can't kill him right now because he is mesmerized. So if he claws Mina,
exactly my point.
you're guaranteed kill. Yeah.
In fact, well, we now know that was a host instead of bullets.
Yeah.
Okay,
he's
miss.
escaping it. Oh man.
That
So I
seems
guess he
to
doesn't have the second claws to kill Mina with.
claw
even
or strength. I would just
Oh, that's
because you just strength or claw Mina, given the circumstances.
yeah.
That being
Preferably
said,
claw, 'cause great strength can't save her then, but yeah. Either way, I guess he didn't pull what he needed to. Oh, that's rough. That is That's rough for Dracula, man.
That being said, it did cost the hunters some things. It cost them heroic leap. It cost them sense of emergency. It cost them a knife and a host. Mind you, this is still the first Dracula to deck, so the items are not such a big deal. But the events, on the other hand, that's two events that Dracula does not need to worry about them having all of. I mean, obviously, heroic leap there's only one of, but sense of emergency there are two, but. But you get the point, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so, wait, okay, yeah, so we're gonna find out shortly what Constanta was. Oh, it's a desperate spoil, holy smokes.
That's likely influenced his
That
decisions.
also makes sense why he was like, I'll risk staying. I have this, I have 3 HP coming to me.
Okay, given the circumstances, I think I would go up to... I would continue to move my land, since I make it possibly tempt Van Helsing to like trade Seward the excellent weather and have him hop across Adriatic ?
Yeah.
Because they have lost Gul'dami lost 2 items, and especially if you were to go into Athens and feed there. Okay, it's
Misdirect.
Just making a bit more possibility as to where he's going to go. After all, I mean, granted heroic leap's out of the way, but if they successfully guess for a 2-on-1, they still could take him down. Granted,
so it's a rifle and a knife between the two of them, so they're not a huge threat, but he's at such low health.
Not on the first day, no, but after. What about that?
Yeah. Okay, checking Athens. Just ruling out the possibilities, and also, of course, letting himself resupply. Still, horses are not totally up and running.
Okay.
But yeah, Seward's closing in. Obviously, just...
Okay, that's the second holy bullet that's in the discard.
Now, Mina, all she can do is go to... Oh, she's just staying put. I was going to say she can go to Athens and just hang out with Godalming and supply and heal, but I guess she wanted to heal more.
He doesn't want to leave Valona open for him later when he doubtless comes back to the coast, because I would, at a guess, if I were the hunters, I would guess that he went to Sarajevo first and is going to come back to Sofia later, so as to lengthen his time on land. As Drac, you know that Godalming is going to go to Athens to supply, since you have an encounter at Bucharest. That too. And if you're...
What's the third card gonna be? I want to know.
Yeah, this is quite double-sided. On the one hand, the hunters have dealt 10 damage. On the other, Dracula has now matured 3 encounter street. Or not, but he's now getting to use it as a lair. So, which he can...
layering, okay. Yeah.
Well, considering the circumstances, I fully agree with that. I would consider it even if it were a hoax, give it in the circumstances.
Yeah, okay, he's going straight back there, alright.
I thought
maybe he might make the move for the castle.
I would not go for the castle with Seward having a horse.
I mean, very dicey. But
you can all too easily get surrounded, and if since Mina also has a horse, and if she meets up with Seward to double the healing,
yeah, that's true.
Then by the time you're out of there, I would have used the lair for on the way out of the castle if you're going to go there at all.
Yeah, that's I think so too. Yeah, I don't know if he really is going to try to go there. He might just kind of be like, hey, I have to stay alive for another turn in order to stay alive at all, so I might as well just...
Yeah, I figure that
he's not the turn that he's going to be attacked, though.
Yeah,
he might feed here, because then he's pretty secure for the moment.
I would agree to that. I'm a bit surprised they didn't get his Zagreb, so that Mina could jump to him. That being said, that would leave the coast open for him to wolf form to if he felt that he had enough of an opening. Then again, I suppose he can just move on to Constanta now.
Yeah. Can even go back to Varna if he wants, and then, they're always wondering, which one of these has the fog on it. Some kind of thing. But, yeah, Drac's in a tough position here. Very, that was kind of a bruising for both sides, but for sure the hunters came out on top of that. Mina
Without a
didn't
doubt.
die, back at 5 HP.
Yeah,
Hunters are now
if Mia had died, it would be an entirely different story. That despite the 10 damage, I would say that even if it were still 10 damage, I think Drac would come out on top. Or actually, it's net 10. It was 13.
Yeah, no, Drax on the run. This is one of those things where they didn't kill him now, but they've kind of crippled him. He's now limping around the board for the rest of the game, and it's going to be tough for him to pull it out.
It may depend on what's it's called, so what Salonica is, because if there's another soil there, then
yeah. I feel like
it could be basically. I suppose the whole big picture is that it definitely could be far worse for Drac, because the hunters definitely lost some good stuff. Apparently, Golden got a horse and that won the supply, but given it, I don't find it too lucky. He drew 2 out of 5 remaining cards, so
sure, yeah. But
so that's a 40% chance.
Yeah, what's there and what did he draw, and can it be dealt with? So I have to imagine that Dracula's now in Constanta. More horses coming through for him. He needs all the breaks he can get, so all these ones are.
Yeah.
He's gonna be happy. Yep.
Or will he? Because what if he goes into Budapest and he went Klausenberg next? Okay, apparently that's not a problem.
Interesting.
Because
I guess he wants to get down to trade. Maybe he wants to do an item trade, so he wants to get down towards the other two. That's interesting.
And I wouldn't be surprised, given like how much they lost through that process.
Yeah. We know Godalming drew a horse, but we don't know if he drew anything else really worthwhile.
Okay, I would have Mina moving about again, personally.
Yeah, she's healed up. She's got a stake and a knife. She's not defenseless by any means. Oh, okay. That's always nice for Drac, using up a stake on an aristocratic. Especially if Bucharest has a stack of vampires.
I would put a rumor token there anyway, even if it's not vampire.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because 3 encounters make it so that they can't ignore them. Even if you put 3 damaging encounters. What would have been extremely weird is what if the initial Bucharest thing had been a mob that he would have, so he could have forced me to discard all our items to stay alive. That would have been cool. That's...
Yeah. See, I mean, Mina... Oh, okay. He went Galat's castle. All right, and he's now...
Either that or Klausenberg Castle.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I can't say I'm fully in agreement with this.
I mean, he's hot now. He's got to get out of the castle somehow, and...
He does have wolf form, granted, but... So he can leapfrog over the whatever... fortations they can put there, and but if you had the second bats, put it in Bucharest. Come on.
Oh yeah.
If you're gonna go to the castle, definitely put that there.
Yeah, I mean you need to take hunters out of commission temporarily just so that you can make that getaway, because this is really a tough one to sneak out of. There's 3 places you can wolf form to. There's Belgrade, there's Szeged, there's Budapest.
Budapest. I would definitely move to the other one that you didn't, Klausenberg Galatz spot that you didn't go to first.
But then you're so vulnerable. Okay. One vampire's there.
How many stakes do we have in the discard? Just the one?
Only one, I think. The one that Godalming used on others.
But we do have another accounted for on Mina. So
yeah. So I feel like they're gonna have enough stakes to deal with this vampire stack. Honestly, it's not gonna be as threatening as it seems.
Well, it may be a little bit tricky, but
kill this vampire with a 2-person combat, and then if there's another fighting vamp, they can use a stake on that one. Even if they only have 1 stake, unless it's a 3 vampire stack, I don't think it's gonna be that threatening. Because the new vampires are just pretty easily dealt with if you can get 2 hunters in play, and they can, given 3 of them are in the east.
I think it's unlikely. Well, actually, we know for a fact that Godalming does not have any more stakes at present.
Yeah.
Since he's the one who spent his. There are still 2 items left to draw.
Another mesmerize, man.
Okay.
Okay, so we go back to the do you punch or do you dodge thing. And then as a vampire, do you attack or do you plot?
I would do a claw. I know he has got a rifle, but when did he not punch or dodge?
Okay. Okay.
I suppose that's
all right.
I suppose that's taking into account.
Does do 1 damage to the vampire, which matters if they're going to try to kill it in combat.
Yeah. Albeit not massively so.
Yeah, no, whatever, a little bit helps. Okay, other fangs. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's not bad for this vampire. You know, it's only taking 1 damage still and done 4 to him already. And well, no, he can just dodge now, so it's not going to do more than 4. But doing 4 damage as a vampire in an ambush like that, it's pretty much the best outcome you can hope for.
Mm-hmm.
If the second vampire, assuming there is one, does another 4 damage, then there's a bodyguard. So something.
Okay. Low.
Yeah, there's an anticlimactic ending for sure, but you know it was gonna be no matter what, he was gonna dodge. Okay, another vampire. Oh, yep, there's the reckless. So yeah, here's the question: can it do 4 damage as well? Because then Godalming's suddenly in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah. Yeah, and people in Twitch chat, since I noticed that the viewer count has gone on up a bit over the last few minutes, feel free to put stuff in chat. Even though I am mildly ill, I will definitely do my best to answer it while JB takes care of the primary bit of commentary, like keeping up to date on what's happened and all.
Oh, plotting. Okay, he's going for the plotting.
Oh.
But the punch comes.
I think that it's likely that that outcome happens. That because since the hunter didn't go punch last time, it's likely that Vampire does go for the plot, and therefore that.
There's the flags.
Oh,
But he missed. Man, this vampire is really, really, really hoping to land some damage, just to soften Godalming up. But also that point would have been really helpful.
what else? Yeah, what else?
Yes. So both fangs have been played. No, sorry, only 1 fangs. Now both fangs have been played. Good grief. Okay, still not a horrible outcome. He gets a point.
Yeah, it's ultimately the same as if this had happened in round 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think MisterGreen's gonna be fairly happy about that. Godalming is now softened up. He's now no longer in any kind of shape to be attacking Dracula, which is huge.
Yeah, that is definitely big.
And there's a mystery encounter in there too.
Yeah, interesting. That will likely have been the first encounter. Possibly even a hoax.
Yeah, you never know what.
Given the circumstances.
All right, so Seward's on the move. Now, is he going to go to Sophia and try to deal with that, or is he going to go to Mina and trade items, or is he going to go to Klausenberg and just kind of position himself to block that? That would be. Okay, he's just blocking one of the possible wolf form locations. That makes sense.
Okay.
Restricting Dracula's movement, and maybe Mina's going to come up there and join him too.
Yeah, he's going where he can restrict movement while also potentially getting in touch with Mina. Maybe. Or is he just going to move me to Sophia?
Maybe they want that stake on Seward so that Mina can have 2 weapons.
Entirely possible.
Okay, she's forcing it up, and it comes through for her this time. Yeah, but she goes to Belgrade. Yep. Okay, so she can heal, they can trade.
Yep.
Now, Seward's got a full set of events there. I don't know how much of it is good stuff.
That he does. I mean, given how we've gone through 38 event cards, well, I suppose you would kind of call it only 22, given that 8 of them were Drac events. That's 4 out of 22 that could be at least one planned ambush. And or escape route, planned ambush, escape route, lucky find. This may sound a little bit weird, and in some ways it is, but from the Dracula perspective, if you're still at 10, even given the circumstances, you're okay with things.
Yeah, I mean the vampire stack there is certainly going to take some time and resources to deal with. Even I feel like it's not going to mature, but it will cost them.
Cost some time.
They've got to deal with Sophia.
Time and health.
He kind of, I think,
obviously
has to like rush west at this point. He just has to like wolf farm to Szeged or Budapest, and
I would
maybe
first
he
go to
feels- I don't know
Klausenberg.
about that.
I would first go to Klausenberg personally.
Yeah, I mean, then you're kind of like guaranteeing that if Mina and Seward want to attack you, they can.
Yeah, but a 2-on-1 in week 2, it's really not the worst. Especially, since you know that one of Mina's cards is a stake, and therefore she can only do a real weapon every other turn.
Because they traded, so. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, making it so that you don't. Right. Now they
don't know which city he's in. That makes sense.
Yeah. Now they don't know 100% which way he's going out, because he could go Glass Wolfhorn to Black Sea coast.
Yep. That's I support the misdirect there. Gotta up the skate.
Yeah, that kind of beats your argument in a way. Surprising return too.
He feels like he can just finish this thing right here, right now, which he very possibly can.
Personally, I actually agree. As Dracula, I would have gone to Athens from Valona and fed there, given Mina's situation.
Oh man, that's just, come on. The Hunters didn't need that much help. That's just kind of ridiculous. But yeah, that's how it is when you're Dracula. You can just, like, no matter what you do, like, the Hunters can just pull a hired scouts out of their butts and you're cooked. So yeah, I think a fog could save him here if he manages to.
I mean, if he has one, he will almost certainly have used one.
Yeah, he may have. But so let's say that he has a fog. One hunter moves in, he fogs them. They don't have forewarned. He manages to escape his bat away from them. Then a wolf form. Okay, then he's like, now he's still alive, and they have a bit of a trail to cope with. But boy, I don't like the looks of this for old Drac at all. Oh, getting rid of a stake. Wow. Another hired scouts. Okay, well.
Yeah, apparently that was one of the bottom cards. So that's in it. So for the time being, that's 2 stakes accounted for.
Yeah, one we know its location, and one more.
Three actually. One in Mina or Sulu's hand, one in the discard, and one that he almost certainly didn't just redraw.
Yeah. Okay, so now what's the order that they go in? Oh, one of I didn't see who supplied there. Was it Seward or Mina? Okay, she's going for it.
I think that all of them have supplied at this point.
Okay, does he ambush? What is that encounter? Oh, it's the fog. Okay.
I think
that's
I
exactly
agree.
what
I agree with that. Given that Mina, it's only one unknown event. Compared to Goldaming's 2.
Yep.
And Goldaming is less likely to come in anyway. I think that's the time to do it.
Yeah, no, I don't think Goldaming was ever going to risk coming in there. Well, he might have, maybe. I mean, but.
Yeah, and now that Sophia, and now that she's going that way, you could. If this were. Yeah, I think you just Wolfhorn West at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to, is can he escape his bats to Vienna or Zagreb? And then...
I mean, does he even engage in combat in the first place?
I mean, he kinda has to, right? Like, he needs to put some distance in between him and them.
Well, you can
I
do
think
that.
they're both for us, and they can just catch up with him methodically and then just kill him.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't... Well, I suppose this applies either way. So I think you're right on the whole, but if you just wolf form... If you wolf form and they have the second lane vigor, they might be tempted to check Constanta. If you wolf form without engaging, they will be decoyed towards Constanta, I think. Due to...
Oh, interesting. Okay, so he's fighting the vampires now.
This is an ambush for moving into here.
Oh, right. This is the ambush, right? He didn't search. Yeah. Right. He was just thinking about what he wanted to ambush with. So we'll see shortly if he chose to use the new as well.
I think most likely not, given that this is daytime and he can gang up for a 2-on-1.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't. But soft Seward up a little bit for it. Maybe get another point. He's grasping for any IDS you can get at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, PizzaWizard's pretty predictably escaped on the first round of every ambush here.
Yeah, you just hope. Even though Seward almost certainly has a Heavenly Host at this point, given it, I think that MisterGreen would actually be happy under those circumstances. He would be more than willing to trade one of these vampires for knowing that that's one more Heavenly Host in the discard, given the circumstances.
Yeah. And for that reason, I don't think the Hunters are going to use it. I mean, we don't know if they have CG, but you don't want to, telegraph that you don't have CG.
Okay.
Okay.
Snag a 3 points.
Getting the point, getting some damage. And he's still in the fight. It's a chance to do 2 more.
Yeah. Which I would go for doing as much as you can. Yeah. It's one thing to spend a Heavenly Host early to deal damage to Dracula, but another thing entirely to, just after the reshuffle, spend one to trade for a Reckless Vampire, especially if you already have CG. Which if he does, by the way, he's likely going to play that today. Block off the way west.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Either that or after he does the wolf horn to block off, the Munich, Vienna area. Make sure he can't go any further, so he has to backtrack.
You for sure want to drop the main one in Munich, but also that's another incentive I think for Dracula to try to fight and get the. Oh, okay.
Not a bad call.
Yeah, he read correctly for sure.
Okay.
So now, does the vampire risk getting killed if there's, say, like a garlic or even a second knife? Oh, just goes for the strength.
He knows. The thing is that he knows that Seward does not have a second knife, since Gulaming had the third knife that was broken, and Mina had one.
Oh, right, and Mina got the other one, yeah. Unless they got real tricky with it and Mina traded her knife to Seward, but I don't know why that would have happened.
I seriously doubt that.
Hat situation.
And I would have guessed that if anything got traded, it's the stake, especially given the fact that he came here.
Yeah, no, I think Mina's got double weapon. So the question is, does she have a double knife or or no, she can't have a double knife.
Not double knife, but he could have traded her. I actually might have I might have traded her either a gun or it. We know the whereabouts of all the rifles, or unless it was. There were. Vampire Lair. That was 2 influence points.
Oh, because you're right. Yeah, there were 3 rifles discarded.
There were 3, and Goldong had the last one. But it's possible that he's. But with
anti-escape items, that's big.
Yeah, we know that.
That's actually really big. Yeah, I'm not. Given that, I'm not surprised that he's choosing to fight. I think he really, really wants to make this escape with that. Prevents them doing a consecrated ground on him. It really lets him put some distance in between.
Yeah.
He just needs to breathe.
I think that given the fact that they had to spend the CG, that they did spend a host, and it's unlikely that they'll have recovered that already. despite Gul'dam's power. Also, another incentive for Dracula to fight is he can heal more off of Fang attacks if he manages to land them. Plotting.
Okay, so plotting.
Oh,
that's the worst.
Risk. He risked it. I mean, at worst, I think that was actually a good move because, at worst, you simply don't get to escape his bat.
True.
But at least you don't take any damage.
That's true. He didn't take any damage. It's not the worst outcome, I suppose, but yeah, that sucks. He was really hoping to either do some damage or escape his bat there.
He traded things around so that he had double stake. The question is, what's the last thing?
Yeah, I'm curious what the last encounter is going to be.
And the last one is Saboteur.
Oh, Saboteur.
Wow. Yep, well, that's good because that's a day delay.
That's true. Stewart is now delayed. That's big. 3 Hunter. Well, no, Mina's not going to be delayed. Neither is Van Helsing. Never mind. So yeah, now he can wolf form away. But
yeah, three hunters delay by night.
Didn't really get what he wanted out of Bucharest and Klassenberg there.
Yeah. So while the hunters have won the first pass of this, Sophia is about to mature, so the Gul'dam will feel obliged to go there, either him or Mina. But that's now all 4 stakes in the discard. Literally, all 4 stakes and a crucifix. That's it.
That's true.
If that's another fighter vamp, that one is almost certainly going to make it through, unless it's the other new vamp. And due to, I think a third fighter vamp is actually quite likely, given how whether it be a new vampire specifically or not. We've only seen 2 fire vamps, so. And there's only a total of, and given how far through the event encounter deck he was at the time, I would not be surprised. Yes. So while the hunters won the initial volley, due to the disgraced soil, he was able to recover quite smoothly, and really the only stagnant effect, the only permanent effect was the heroic leap. But that's a permanent effect. That cuts both ways because they used it. So.
Yeah, he's recovered nicely from this. He's in a much better position than I anticipated after that fight in Valona. I still feel like Hunter. I still favor the Hunters given the state of the board right now. But Dracula's not out of it yet.
By no means.
So yeah, he either went to Vienna or Zagreb, almost certainly. He could have gone to Sarajevo, I guess. Okay.
That on anyone else.
He could have gone to Sarajevo and then be planning to go back to Valona. Maybe there's another fog there. But I don't know. I don't know about all that. I feel like he's got to just try to get lost in Western Europe at this point. Thing is, Mina can be hot on his trail. Oh no, she's just gonna deal with the castle. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think that they'll want to finish dealing with the trail and then surge back west. Stop the pinpoint Dracula, because what if trying to pinpoint him for a turn, since without a renewed vigor you can't catch up with him except with Mina this turn, at least not guaranteed. Ooh. I called. I thought that would happen.
Not bad. Yeah, this could be bad for Godalming. He's got 2 items, right? But he very likely cannot kill this thing. So he's just gonna try to get away, and the vampire is gonna want to try to do 6 damage to him by
either that
falling. But he saw that coming and punched.
Yeah, PizzaWizard saw coming that the vampire's incentive is actually to try to get a bite point.
Yeah, that too.
That is the vampire's goal, I would say. So at this point,
I feel like it would be like a bunch of damage and then a bite. But a bite would be really nice there.
Yeah, at this point, Gul'dam's a bit of a wild card as to what he's got apart from the horse.
That's true. We know it's not a knife.
We know that one of them is a gun, but the third card could be all sorts of different things.
Yeah, could be a garlic or a crucifix. Just not a knife is the main thing. Oh, double mesmerized. So that's why he felt safe doing it on round one because he knew he had the
Oh,
second one.
is this it? Oh, is that? Hmm.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's nice. Outcome for that vampire then.
Yes, but it makes me wonder. Since he successfully pulled the punch right off the bat, was that an attempt at a holy bullets? Because we only saw two.
Yes. Say. Okay, now the vampire has to think: does he have an anti-fang item? Do I go for the fangs?
I would go. I would go for it. You either land it or you learn what his new card is. Either way, it's nice.
Yeah, I think you definitely do go for the fangs.
Yeah, combat is one of my fortes is in this game, so this is a game that I can really see the fine points on.
Okay, it is the fangs. Sure enough, he's gone for it.
Okay, bite.
All right, it worked.
Ding,
out.
ding, ding, ding.
That's a happy vampire tonight.
Yep, and that's already the new vampire lair as good as neutralized.
Yeah.
I granted he lost 2 points, but here's the thing: 1 versus 2, it doesn't really matter. When it comes to influence, because really that first point is the most critical. 1 point plus, because this will now have it cut off a total of 2 days. It means that Mina gets to just skip the search, but that means that she wasted her movement as a result.
Yeah, and now she's gonna get back out of the castle.
Yeah, or the question is, will he instead make the mistake and search simply because he intended to?
Oh,
apparently so.
Why is she? I mean, maybe he's.
I mean, he went there with the intention of mature. But why on earth wouldn't he? That's points, and you've already spent the whole form.
I think that you definitely mature this as Dracula, but maybe he was anticipating. Okay, what if he doesn't?
Either that, or he just went through the turns saying, "Yeah, and I'll search with Mina."
Yeah, it could have been an autopilot type of error too. But this being PizzaWizard, I kind of assumed that he thought about why he did that. And maybe he anticipated Dracula trying to make a lair in Sophia, and just wanted to prevent that.
What was that? Oh, clicked mature, then skip. Oh no.
Oh no, that's awful. Are you kidding me? Well, that's a critical error.
Yeah,
that's huge. I think he may have just cost. I mean, I don't know that he was going to win this game anyway, given the position the hunters are in. But that's. I mean, I think he just cost himself any shot that he had at winning this. Oh, that's rough. I wonder.
To put it lightly,
like. You mature a card like.
You have to.
Are you sure you want to mature nothing?
Actually, there isn't. That is something that we might want to bring up with to Nomad Games.
That sucks.
Yeah, I've actually made that crucial mix click before too. So I know how bad it is. Like you said, mature. Come on. I mean, granted, they will. Granted, it is nice in the sense that it allows. It's. I think that's how they should do it. Is when there is more than one thing. Is auto mature when it's just one thing, when you click the mature button. But if there is not more than one thing, then you choose the. Then you
choose which ones.
What?
And then it
go
like,
have it pop up. Which do you wish to mature first?
Yeah.
Make it much harder for that sort of thing to happen because obviously that can be game defining.
What it needs is just if you choose to mature nothing, it needs to prompt you and be like, "Hey, are you sure that what you want to do is mature nothing?" Because the main case where you don't want to mature a card on a space that's maturing is when it's like.
Is when you have layers that you like.
And you want to mature. I don't know. Maybe there's for some reason like a hoax on one space and a vampire, and then you don't want to mature the vampire, but you do want the hoax. Like things like it's a very edge case, but. Nevertheless, I think there should just be like a warning of, "Hey, are you sure you want to mature nothing?"
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's very rare that you want to choose the mature option, but not layer. Is the biggest thing.
That's the thing, yeah.
There was a case where, uh, when PizzaWizard and I did our open-end show match, I like auto layered a spot when I had two places with bats, and then like I believe it was Santander and Saragossa and Madrid with two vampires as a layer, given the rumor token placement and how I just been doing vampire after vampire. That was one of the non-rumored spots, so I chose to layer it to keep them busy longer, as I recall. But since both of the what I should have done had I been thinking clearly was choose mature, because I liked my 3 layers as they were, but I would have had a clear layer. So I should have. That is one case where you should choose mature, but I just reflexively did layer for cycling. That is one case where it's better, and they already had that covered by saying that. Okay, checking Munich.
Could you imagine if Dracula was hiding there? Fun time.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't have blamed him, because there's no one. With one renewed vigor gone, having the second one is much less likely.
Yeah, and one sense of emergency gone too. So like, nobody could get there. I don't think 1, 2, 3. I guess Van Helsing could get there with a chartered carriage.
Van Helsing could. Mina could get there via simply horse plus move with renewed vigor.
Oh, you go with a renewed vigor. Yeah, I was just yeah. That's true. The renewed vigor does make that more risky.
A little bit, but even a 2v1 with a hide. For an extra encounter, like an extra spy, for example.
Like 4 damage bombing straight up before you even fight him, and then he's at 6, and you can potentially kill him or escape.
Or do like a wolves, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Goldaming, we still have one item unknown. Apart from the fact that it's not a stake.
Yeah. Oh, also, if you're gonna hide in Munich right there, a little spy bodyguard combo could be.
Hello.
Could be nice. Oh, and he had half of it. But now they're clearing the trail, just moving methodically. Makes sense. Kind of wonder maybe he went to Venice. He's getting ready to.
At this point, I would be heading up into northern Germany. That is the easiest spot to. That is the easiest spot. Easiest spot when it comes to like immediate measures to disguise what order, where exactly you are. Oh.
Ooh, spy on Mina. What's she?
Well,
she's
just gonna reveal again. Yeah. Okay, she's got a host, and she she was traded the excellent weather back. Either that or found another one. I think that would have to be another one, because she did supply in a small town once.
Wait, did Mina not have any tickets because
she showed to the other spy that matured.
Oh wow. Yeah, well, good to know.
So she hasn't picked up a single ticket since.
I guess she's been busy healing and clearing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Quite. So this is PizzaWizard hacked MisterGreen's mouse to make that search of Castle Dracula good.
Yeah. Okay, so now he is moving normally. I think Germany is the easiest to get lost in for sure.
Yeah,
Venice is kind of
I should know.
Try to sit and feed, but nowhere is truly safe at this point. The hunters are pretty well supplied. They're all around you.
Yeah, and the moment they find that second RV, if you don't do some sort of sea voyage, honestly, I think in Mr. Green's shoes, what I would do is go to Milan and then go to Genoa.
Yeah,
and then basically go for a sea voyage where you can where there are split options. Alternatively, go directly to North Sea. I'd be doing one or the other, almost certainly. Then again, that's what they would expect. And therefore, if they do find it...
I'm going to take a quick bathroom run, so I'll be back.
All right.
Shortly.
Next reading here. All right. Yeah, what now? Okay. Well, that slow horse means that it can do psychic bond, which honestly that's pretty good. That rules out or confirms northern Germany. Not Zurich. Okay.
Okay. Gonna come back and click through the prompts of what all has happened. Caught up.
While doing so, if you are clicking through prompts, check if Mina did psychic bond. Did you see?
No. Well, I don't know. Let's see. So during daytime, she horsed to Munich. I see what you mean. Yeah. 1 sec. I'll let you know.
Yeah, because that was a slow horse roll, which might have turned out to be less. Obviously, he wasn't in Germany for him to be moving to Zurich.
He is not in Germany.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if he was moving to Zurich because of that, or. Oh, but he was.
Dracula not in Germany. Was not.
Was not as of Strasbourg. Yeah, so he went to Germany. He went through Germany via Nuremberg to go to Strasbourg.
Yeah. So are you still seeing that he's waiting to choose whether to ambush Mina in Strasbourg?
You're caught up now.
Caught up then.
I think a tip that Scotsword gave me is that if you're streaming and or just spectating a match, you can in turn go to the settings and there's a setting for auto close all dialogues if you want to.
Oh, nice.
So that way that
even the fast horses will have a countdown on them.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go do that right now because that's very handy.
Yeah.
Game settings, I guess.
Yeah.
Automatic dialogues. Yeah, good to know.
Yeah, I've since I don't often use those settings, I find it difficult to switch it back on for when I am actually playing, since I like to have those on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, when you're playing, I guess it is better to have them.
In
fact, I might not turn that on for now, but I didn't realize that was an option. That's really handy. So yeah, I wonder why he thought so long about ambushing in Strasbourg. Was that just like a fake out, or is there something in there?
Is there bats?
Thought about?
I think that I would guess it's the second bats. Personally,
yeah. I'm thinking that's where he wants them to think that it is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a hoax, and he, wants them to not search it. Something along those lines. Playing a hoax at this point would be pretty ballsy, but yeah, kind of have to be under Dracula in this sort of situation. That said, we're coming up on week 4 here, and he's still alive and at 9 HP, which
Yeah, I think
way
that
better
things.
than
I
thought
think
it would
things
be.
have turned more in Dracula's favor. They burnt a lot of strength in all those early
Yeah,
skirmishes.
using the renewed vigor only to have it neutralized by fog is pretty massive. I think, yeah, if they can't pull the second renewed vigor, then they are
Semi-neutralized, as they got plenty of supplies plus daytime vampire fights as a result.
Oh, sure. I think that, like, when you use a renewed vigor, you want that to be to kill Dracula, or at the very least to, like, surround him. And neither one of those things happened, and that's a really good outcome for Drac.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think
Okay.
that since he, yeah, I think that you should have just continued to surround him, since you saw that he was at Klausenberg. If he was at Galatz, maybe not. Because then he can wolfform to report, basically play that and just assume that he has fog until he wolfforms. Then surround him immediately.
Oh, more slow horses. Yeah, that old spy is really doing its work. Okay, so he's gonna deal with Nuremberg while he's there. Makes sense.
Moore
Like,
has already done his work. Yeah, but that is a good point. Mia definitely the fact that Mia has 0 tickets means that there's guaranteed to be at least 2 yellow ones, so it's like a 1 out of 5 that he at least, possibly worse odds. Okay, hasn't gotten to Paris.
Good check. So did he go to Cologne or Brussels and then Amsterdam or possibly Hamburg?
I think that he quite possibly went to Frankfurt next, because taking advantage of that, turning that psychic scan against them.
Could be. Checking Cologne makes. Oh, it wasn't Cologne. Interesting.
That leaves Geneva, Frankfurt, and Brussels.
Could be Zurich. No, wait. Can it be? No, because Seward was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, nice little mob. Take some health off Godalming there.
Yeah, although his tank-like status is greatly reduced now that he's bitten.
Yeah, that's true. He's suddenly as vulnerable as Mina. Or almost.
When it comes to combat, at least, yes.
Yeah.
And now he's got wolf form again.
Yeah.
That raises the question:
Yeah,
do you do that immediately?
But if he's survived long enough to use a wolf form now, I mean, he could be in all kinds of places.
Mm-hmm.
We go from wolf form from Geneva to Genoa.
Choosing to clear layers. That seems to say that he is going to be doing some.
None of the existing layers are anywhere that he could be right now.
Oh no, that was creating
yeah.
a new layer.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. I feel like he's got a wolf form now. Because without a second renewed vigor to he's not wolf forming. Yeah, without a second renewed vigor to rely on.
That seems to say that that's either a hide card or a hide on a coast, or he went Geneva hide and now is going to Zurich because that Seward was just there. Therefore, that's
Oh man.
in this case,
He's won.
this
This is wild. Yeah, this really is shifting in real time. So many. Okay, yeah, good check.
Okay, so that means that he has at one point or another gone through Geneva.
Checking Claremont.
It looks like I just called it there.
It could have been Brussels, Amsterdam, I believe.
That's true. Right, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's the one.
But it's getting more and more likely.
Yeah. Now, does Mina? There's no possible way that she checks Amsterdam right now. She might check Brussels.
Yeah, last thing you want her to stumble into is double encounter. Due to a
I think
high.
she checks Brussels. That's what I would do with her right now. Is just confirm if he's gone that way.
Yeah, I would
Also
just.
could be
I would.
Lahav, too. Oh, just supply. That makes sense.
Yeah,
For
I
local
don't,
room.
suppose I don't especially mind. I know getting one extra dig for a renewed vigor, number 2 rather. Get another dig for CG.
Yeah, even the last Heavenly Host maybe hasn't come back.
I
up
think
yet, I don't know.
honestly, I think the real reason that Dracula might not be going to sea yet is Mina revealed that she had excellent weather, and she drew that off of that she drew that after she originally had one revealed.
Do we know that Van Helsing didn't trade with her though at some point?
To take
was
the
watching
revealed one
this.
off, but
Right, I'm saying
we
whether he
we don't
did
know
trade
for
with her.
sure. But we
Yeah.
do know one thing. We do know, I think we know for sure that she does not, that has to be the second one. So
I don't know
therefore,
for sure. I think it's likely. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
It's likely.
it
I don't know
is-
if we know.
I don't. Yeah, I haven't missed it, but there haven't been enough trades in general for me to think it likely. Okay, getting on a feed.
Yeah,
Sure.
really
That's-
acting as if he's sitting on a coast under a fog right now, but could be a bluff.
Yeah, they didn't check Le Havre, so he could be there.
That's true, yeah. Even if we went to Brussels, it could be Amsterdam or Le Havre. Okay, does he go to Amsterdam and just go for the gusto? He does.
Not
And
there.
it's not Amsterdam. Oh, wow.
Sorry,
Okay, wait.
sorry,
Le
PizzaWizard.
Havre.
He knows you too well.
Or, oh, yo.
That's not.
It was a whole fake out. Oh, and he fogged Seward. Oh, man.
So,
Wow. Okay, Seward thought about that for a second. I wonder if he was considering whether
whether or not to forewarn.
whether
The thing is,
yeah.
that it makes no difference. The only way it makes a difference is if Mina or Seward or Van Helsing has the second sense of emergency. One has already been used out of 2. Unlikely. I mean, it's less like
Yeah,
it's
okay,
more.
so here-
It's more likely now, but
Okay, blocking his moves, that makes
Sure.
sense.
makes. Yeah, but I think that he's gonna go to sea anyway, especially with just having
Unless
used
he
sea.
manages to escape his bat, yeah, because at that point he could potentially. You
I
he
would
could-
just
he could Spain or just
given
Greece, but-
giving the timing, I would not engage in fight at all. Which
Yeah, I would also
which he did not.
try to hurt. Seward
yeah,
as much
just
as you can
just
along the way.
just go to sea immediately and then land it in, and then move 3 moves, or move to.
Or, yeah. Yeah, I mean, where to go by sea is tough because it's
Let's
they likely have.
let's not forget that very early on we had we had Rufus drawn, after or
Oh,
I
yeah,
suppose
and
I suppose
surprise-
and Mia had
Rufus is
surprising
pretty-
return. So Rufus is going to be coming on the moment he goes to sea. So
Yeah.
it's
Okay, he chose not to take the fight. That's probably wise.
well
Don't
he
be
should
greedy.
that happens in between dusk and night, like day and night. So he already all those night units were
Oh yeah.
that was already done.
That's true. Yeah,
But-
yeah, but that makes sense. I mean, I would have attempted to get greedy, try to cripple Seward, take out some weapons. do some
Given
damage.
how you're already down 3 points plus all the initial chaos, I would not push your luck any
No,
further.
yeah, that's a very risky thing to do. That's like always my downfall is getting greedy and stuff like that. Thinking like, oh, I'm gonna put a hunter out of commission, and then they put me out of commission. So yeah,
It makes
sense.
me
But
wonder that, given like the general lack of any more movement events and such, do you wolf form?
I don't think you wolf form here. You've got no more fogs to protect you. If they play renewed vigor, if you wolf form down
Well-
no, not Sargo, so Santander, like they play renewed vigor. Now suddenly Van Helsing.
Maybe
and
you
Mina are
do, maybe you don't.
I wouldn't want to risk that. That seems even more risky to me than fighting Seward.
Unless you've already drawn the third fog.
Oh yeah, I mean in that case, sure. But they've got to have at least one forewarned at this point. Like their odds are.
Okay, yeah, I thought about that. Will he move and simply move? Which, given how there's a fog in it not blocking Mina horsing normally to Lahav, and the fact that he...
Oh my, he's doing it. He's wolf forming. What a madman. Okay, so it can be Santander, Toulouse, Clermont-Ferrand.
Could...
That's it. Could be Paris.
There's Le Havre, Paris. Oh, Surprising Return? Okay. Rufus.
Yeah, she's doing a
Yeah,
search.
I think that's no...
Okay, not Santander. That's a good search.
Yeah,
So,
I agree with that
Toulouse,
one.
Clermont-Ferrand, Geneva.
I
Paris.
would... I would go with Clermont-Ferrand first. I would actually do a fake wolf form to Clermont-Ferrand.
Yeah.
In this
Yeah, it's worth a
situation.
check. Just have Van Helsing go there, and then Mina can come back.
No, I'm literally saying that's what I would have done as Dracula. Because what will happen? Gladon will just horse check Paris. Van Helsing will check Toulouse, more likely than not, if there's no scouts or anything. Then Mina will likely horse to Geneva to check worst case.
Right, and then you can go to Marseille or Bordeaux.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I mean it's dicey no matter what though. I mean he's okay, and there he is, and now Mina can join unless there's a fog.
A reckless.
Just a reckless.
Trying to snatch up a bit more points.
He's really banking on being able to escape his bats off of this one.
Yeah, I think there are several things influencing this. One, we have just entered week 4. So he wants to stay on land if possible. 2, he knew that until Mina spent that Surprising Return, Rufus was just as good as equipped. So, therefore,
True.
Sea Moon was always going to be a little bit awkward, and due to the lack of movement events, Money Trail is all that more likely.
That's true. They do have probably 2 excellent weathers, whereas they have used one of the sense of emergencies. And
That too. Yeah, they have a lot of good. They have a lot of good anti-sea things, you know. So
still though, this is this is real sticky for Drac.
Oh, so Van Helsing has picked up So Van Helsing has picked up the third knife. Very nice to know that.
That is very important knowledge.
Okay, so now since he's played knife now.
Yeah, you probably fang him now.
Yeah. At this stage in the game, Van Helsing probably has the third host. He likely also has, in addition to the knife and a gun, be it pistol or rifle.
First.
Just making sure, due to vampire health, he wants to be able to ambush Mina. At a guess.
Yeah, maybe he's got attack and strength already in his hand that he just picked up. I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't fang there, but
I may just didn't have it. Okay,
well,
claw into dodge. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, interesting that he didn't play knife.
I might have expected another strength based on the plotting.
Strength into escape.
Into the escape. Van Helsing got out of that real easy.
It's a standard one hit thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he also hit the vampire for 2, which is big. Makes it that much easier for me to get past it.
Yeah, I don't see it as all that major personally, but since this is like the last line of defense vampire,
just needs every hit he can get. Like he really wanted to get a point and 2 more damage out of that.
Fair enough.
He just needs all the help he can get since he's gonna be double teamed.
Yeah, it's very. It is.
There's no.
I will be shocked if Van Helsing Van Helsing does not have a planned ambush.
Yeah, very likely so.
Yeah,
and that means there's
we haven't
yeah.
seen a single chart carriage, so he likely has one of those too. He,
Mhm.
but he does not have this. But what are you gonna do? Like, what are they gonna have given what they have not been playing? Oh,
Oh man, that's rough. Yeah, this vampire.
yeah, I wouldn't. It's possible they didn't have strength or mez and therefore couldn't stop that happening, so he just gambled
Yeah,
on it.
very possible. Tough though. Yeah, this is bad for Dracula. Bad. Yeah, a second ago I was saying how like the horse movement and everything is and like the them missing his trail so many times is.
Okay,
Oh,
Mina got one, and I
Well,
suppose
that's tough. Now she can guarantee either a 3 or a 4 point hit on him.
yeah, because we know that she has host. Well, Dracula can control, say, do only 3 by doing, can like order her to do only 3 by targeting her with fangs for the first round. So, as that's basically that the fang still cuts off 1 damage. I would say.
That's true. That's true.
So therefore,
not the way he wants to use things, but it might be necessary. Yeah. Or he might just like claw Van Helsing to try to get him down too, so we can potentially kill him.
yeah. Yeah, I suppose that on the whole, the best idea is to do claw or claw strength mez on.
Okay, well played.
Yeah. So now you can try to bite him.
Yeah. Knocking Van Helsing out would be a really nice outcome.
Yeah.
So she plays the most now for sure.
I honestly might not.
Really? I mean,
the reason
this is like a free chance to hit Dracula.
Two possible reasons why. One, they're holding CG. Two.
True.
Two. What if you want him to keep having to like play around it? Since the 2v1.
True, yeah. I think the CG reason is bigger, and yeah, I had actually forgotten about that, because if they can just, I mean, at this point, if they have it, which they more than likely than not do, they can just kind of fence him in, and he's pretty...
Yeah, and they could in theory just put heavenly tokens at Marseille, Clermont-Ferrand, Zurich, and Strasbourg, force him to either hide on them or move into Paris where Godalming is.
Mm-hmm.
And then just escape this fight. Say, bye-bye, see you in the next one.
Yeah, the fact that they open with knives, though, makes me think... I don't know. It seems like maybe they're trying to... That was like playing the, are you going to try to fang a Henley host? Nope. Sort of thing. Yeah.
Because fangs is definitely a high likelihood target. Okay.
Good dodge. Prevented.
Yes, but at least no damage. You don't especially mind as Dracula.
Oh, there's the host. Okay, so
yeah,
that makes me feel like this.
Yeah, it seems that PizzaWizard was thinking along the same lines I was. By making him still have to play around it, it made Mina less appealing to target in general. Because like if I do this, then she hits me with this. If I do this, then she hits me with that, sort of thing. And that's what you want. Especially with Mina.
True.
When it comes to Heavenly Host. Also, it likely gave him the impression that they had CG, and therefore didn't want to spend it.
True, yeah. That's, that was a very good round for Hunters.
Yeah, that's just some more combat fighting 101. Yeah. It's possible that you might want to subtract 3 IDS from, because given that Mina searched the thing anyway before he made that misclick, searched the wolves anyway before the misclick, you might that's that 3 points made 0 difference. That misclick makes 0 difference, so you might
brutal. Now it's GG.
Not necessarily. There's missed. I mean, no, except that. Okay, that actually
totally unequipped.
So then we know that. Let's see. What do we know about the Henley host? We know that it could still be in one of them could still be in the deck from the first use in the early fights.
Yeah, we don't know actually who's got the
other Henley host, the third one. But the fact that he has the knife makes it less likely that he has it. I think it's likely Seward who has it.
Okay, mesmerizing Mina makes sense.
Good. So
No.
if Van Helsing doesn't have any like serious hits, then he can miss next turn, since there's no.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I think that the dodge kind of gave it away. Because if he had a firearm, yeah, he knows that for sure. Your escape is bad against Mia 100%. He has successfully survived the first 4 waves of damage.
Yeah.
And that means that you can bat away and get your wolf form back, meaning making CG worth less.
Oh, true. Yeah, he gets bat. Yeah, he gets wolf form back.
Yeah,
too.
so
That's big.
so this is
HP, but...
if you do not, then that is a bad mistake.
Yeah.
And
there's no other.
And what's more, you have Strasbourg about to mature, so who knows what that's gonna.
What's crazy is Mina chose to escape there.
And what's more, on top of everything else, now that we're in week 4, that's 3 points right off the bat.
True. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I mean, that's listen. That big props to MisterGreen for walking out of that one alive, or flying out of that one alive. That's huge, and I did not think that he was gonna.
Yeah, I think that the early combat actually, in the long haul, since they didn't manage to finish it off right away, they made it so that it went in Dracula's favor, because of the fact that they couldn't finish it right away. If you're gonna go for an early fight, you have to go for an early kill. Otherwise, you end up being in this situation where those lost items are mixed up with like the item distribution is not as good. Hence, like everyone is only with only one item, one weapon rather. So now
he's thinking hard about where to move, and that's a big choice. I mean,
to be sure,
not a lot of options, but
I mean, you're never going to see. So ports are inconsequential, apart from getting one extra fog if you have the third fog.
Yeah. Okay, he's made his choice. I do want to see what Strasbourg is. That could be a big help to him.
I mean, if it's a vampire, to be sure.
Remember how he was like faking like he was? Oh wow, nice applying desperation.
And here's the thing: if it is a vampire, MisterGreen is already as good as MisterGreen is already should be the winner, because of that misclick earlier.
Oh well, yeah, totally.
Because technically he'll be.
Like he was gonna.
Oh
boy.
Okay.
The desperation CG. Holy smokes. I mean, yeah, you gotta do Munich for sure. Godalming has a host.
Yeah, Eldrieve has one.
How do you Toulouse maybe? Yep. It's not Toulouse. Maybe he's up in Germany, or did he go to Italy? Okay, Van Helsing has the other one.
Yeah, it's critical to learn exactly where he is. Not Nuremberg.
Wow. Did he go to Genoa? Did he go to Venice? No, he can't be in Venice, sorry. Milan?
And he did not have the last host.
Did he go to Bordeaux?
He didn't go to Italy, so... I would say I'd guess Frankfurt.
Yeah, Frankfurt or Bordeaux, probably. Or Le Havre, that's off the trail, right?
Le Havre was misdirected, so that is a possibility, yes.
Could be Brussels.
No.
Oh, no, sorry, not Brussels. Could be Le Havre.
Could be Le Havre, could be Bordeaux. Not when you're at 2 HP and you're mere points away from winning from Fury of Dracula. No. C is not an option. You got to play this out to the end.
Oh, he layered Strasbourg. Interesting.
Honestly, I don't blame him because, like, at this point, you're desperately digging for that last fog if you don't have it already.
Yeah.
If it's not a vampire, forget it. A vampire or a soil, rather. So those are the only thing that really make any difference.
A hoax was what I thought Strasbourg might be when he was waiting to ambush Mina. I was like, oh, maybe he's trying to make him think it's a bat, but it's really a hoax. Granted, that's a couple of steps of calculation there, but I think it was probably just I think that's
technically, had it not been for that misclick, he would now be winning this next night if they don't find him immediately.
That's huge. Imagine if he loses the game because of that misclick.
I
Fully imagine if he does
honestly,
that
given that it
misclick,
made zero difference, I honestly think that PizzaWizard would be willing to just hand it over. Okay, not
yeah.
Lahav.
I mean, I can see PizzaWizard doing that. It does kind of make my job as an admin a little bit more more difficult. So, okay, not Lahav.
I honestly would have done wolf form.
Yeah, the fact that he did wolf form is okay. Yeah, Bordeaux. Makes sense.
Okay.
He's in Santander or no Santander or Clermont around.
I honestly would have gone for. I suppose regardless where you go, so if you don't go east, and you can't really reach east without going to Munich or wolf forming, honestly, if you had gone east, I think you just win with that CG. Well, then again.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was a Hail Mary for sure, and. Oof,
Well, then again, he put the permanent at Munich, so therefore he would have discovered that the bat was there, and he would have blocked it to the road to the east, forced him to stay close.
Let's just call him G. Does that mean that he feels he can't?
I mean, if he's...
Right, of course. He's a vampire about to mature, yeah.
Yeah, if Brussels...
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a very rough opening for MG, but... She well played, Mr. Green. Bravo.
That is
that is top tier play, folks. That's what it looks like.
This is good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I was positive in Valona that Dracula was done for, and look at him now.
I mean, if you think back to my game in the Immortal Invitational versus Scotsword, we've seen it before happen, where an early fight where Dracula barely survives. So long as he can either refuel quickly, or in my case, it was simply, elude them long enough while you refuel. Sometimes that's all it takes.
You know, it can work out. It's something else.
Well done.
Well done to both. Really well played by both. I do need to
That's...
check out now. Maybe get back to work.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, that's good time. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how quickly they're going to be starting game 2, but
within 10 minutes, it sounds like pretty quick. But
yeah, MG has agreed to post game 1 chat.
Okay.
That was cool stuff.
I'm going to sign off here, but enjoy that.
Yeah.
And,
thanks for coming, JB.
All right, take care.
Hey, PizzaWizard. Close match.
To be here right now?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
MG says that he'll be here in just a minute. Wow.
I don't know if I can face that guy right now. It's he'll be there.
Yeah, and MG was saying that he wasn't sure if he could face you. With the immediate results in the game that seem to say so, but
I just need to keep him out of my head as much as possible. I need to have an impenetrable fortress around my mind so that I have some chance of winning against him in the reverse game in 10 minutes. But, I don't know, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
How much of a break are you guys gonna take? Do you know?
I think like just 15 minutes. Not too long.
Okay. So 15 minutes or so. All right. So you're at chat. About 15 minutes. We'll be back for game 2. I'll be standing by as soon as it's up to switch back. But until then. I'll keep the stream running, but it'll just be on the stream until then. In any event, wow, that was an excellent match. That shows high level hunter play on both sides. high level hunter play, high level.
I think
high
it
flyer
was
FOD.
a hunter play because Dracula played the hunters. I think is what you were trying to say there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well played, MG. Good game.
Thanks.
That was
Here.
a massive. That was massively close.
Yeah. I expected I could kill a one hit point hunter, but that not.
Hey, look, she's scared. I said she was scared. You're a scary guy, Mr. Green. They see your shadow on the wall and they just like, nope, dodge. No.
Yeah. I was expecting some dodge but she dodged in the perfect moment.
Yeah.
A little lucky.
I was a little bit surprised, MG, that you didn't claw Goldaming on one of those occasions to try to do an indirect kill. I mean, the first time it would have been disastrous.
Yes, I was playing around you doing that actually. I was like, I hope he tries to get smart
I figured as
and
much.
kill Mina. I was like, please, Mr. Green, do it. And then you didn't do it, and I was like, no.
Yeah, so you dodged.
Curses.
So the first time you dodged it, but the second time, but after that, on the other hand, he would have had to do double dodge to guarantee me a survival.
Did you have great strength?
I had great strength the whole game.
Okay, I was wondering that myself.
I assume you had it since no, what?
Was playing like a maniac the whole game. I was just throwing him in there, like, go get him. Go, I tagging you in. You're at 2 HP. I don't care. Sense of emergency. Go over there. No. I think it's the year of Mr. Green. I think it's your year. No more groom or bride or whatever. You're not the bridesmaid. You are the bride. You're doing it. I believe. Well, unless I stop you.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
For sure.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that in terms of that it is his year. Now that I'm knocked out, since Instagram was my teammate, I want him to bring it through. Not to mention, not only my teammate, but my third place playoff opponent from last year. So he and more outside of that. MG and I go a long ways back. He's been all the way back when I first joined. I was doing daily practice games with him in the spring regionals all the way back then of 2023. So all the way when I was a young little chick in this community, MG was my mentor. So I gotta owe it to him to show him support in that. Even though I have been grown to a rooster and owed out my mark to the community. But one way or another, good game, well played to both of you. That was a very close thing.
Do you have any thoughts about the game, Mr. Green, or any words you want to tell me? Definitely go Amsterdam, maybe?
You must go Amsterdam, right?
If I didn't, would it even be a good game? I don't know.
The reason I support Screen staying on land there, since he knew that you had Rufus at your beck and call, so long as you didn't have to use it for the surprising return for some other purpose. So at that point it was a little late to try.
Yeah.
For it.
I was hoping for him not to find me.
I mean, obviously.
I checked so many spots. I checked so many. I wasted so much time going down dead ends.
Yeah, I think the biggest. I think the biggest killer blow to you, PizzaWizard, was the spy that matured. Actually, so many slow horses, so many throughout that.
There was a lot of slow horses.
At least a dozen slow horse rolls throughout that game.
I'll tell you what really killed me. It was fear. Okay, fear was the insidious killer. I had a heavenly host on Van Helsing that whole game.
What?
And I was like, I'm not gonna play it in the combat because I'm afraid Mr. Green's gonna fang me.
Okay.
And then I waited too long and I didn't play it, and he lives. And I just think that if I play heavenly host,
in that round 4,
there was an earlier combat. There was an earlier combat as well. Where if I just play heavenly host round 1. I think you're also in a much worse spot. I was heavenly host shy. I was gun shy. I was like, no, I will not get fanged. And then you never played fang, and I was like, oh. Bad.
I felt like you beat me in every combat, but I suppose.
Definitely not
if you held
everyone.
like
There were
every host,
definitely. Well, I suppose it may have felt
you beat
that
me in
way.
the combat that mattered. You
Well,
beat me in the combat that mattered.
the
Mr.
last combat went well. That I can't.
Yeah,
deny that.
but a good number of the combats, I will say, MG, were more situations where you always made the best move given the circumstances. Not always, duh, but the ones that really mattered, you always made the best of the circumstances.
Well, not the first combat.
That one, I was pretty happy with that one. I thought Mina was dead for sure. Even with Great Strength, I was like, there is a good chance Mina's gonna die, but I was like, I need to put damage in here because I can't get her out. Right?
Yeah.
The batsman, I couldn't get her out. I was like, I just need to get damage in. It'll be worth it. And then she lived, and I was like, oh my god. I'm thanking my lucky stars. She's gonna heal for the next 3 days straight. I don't care if it's bad for my event economy. Strict bed rest. Get in that hospital.
Yeah, I think that you should have. I think you should have tried to match Mina with Seward, and I think long term you would have been better off. I think that might have been a
Seward
bad call.
didn't have a horse yet. Seward didn't have a horse yet, so he couldn't get over there until he got a horse. He had to get his horse first, and then eventually he started moving. But it was just that Mina's at 1 HP, Seward's in like Bordeaux. Even if I ignore everything else and just move him, yeah, she's in Valona. Seward's in Bordeaux. Even if I ignore everything else and try to get him there, it's gonna take like minimum, assuming I have an excellent weather and I can get him to Venice. That's still like, without a horse, that's still like 3 or 4 days of movement. And then I was like, I'm just gonna get until the horse. I'm just gonna wait until I get a horse because it was gonna take too long to get there. They were on opposite sides of the map. Eventually he will heal though, because everyone kept taking damage. I don't know why everybody was so crazy. They were just like trying to fight vampires.
One definite mistake, PizzaWizard, that you made is that you actually wouldn't have even gotten a chance to possibly take out the rumored vamp had he gotten the not misclicked that's mature.
Oh yes, obviously. I'm kind of glad you won after that. Actually, if I had won because of it, I would have felt bad.
Yeah, and what's more, but at that time you checked it even before he misclicked that, you searched a wolves that was 2 spaces after. You should have just assumed that he was going to mature, which he was intending to, and let it get wiped.
See, I searched that even though I knew it was going to get wiped because I was worried that if it didn't get wiped, I didn't want Mina to have to spend her day doing literally nothing in Castle Dracula if he didn't decide to mature it. Because if he doesn't mature it, because there's something good in Castle Dracula, like, I don't know, a vampire, Mina then...
Why wouldn't he give him that sense? Why wouldn't he give him that he loses only 1?
Well, he gets layers. I mean, I don't know. I thought there was a reasonable world where if he doesn't mature it, he's going to have to stay in Castle Dracula for a whole nother day, and I did not want her to have to do that. I wanted her to be able to move. And it was a wolf, so she took like 2 damage. I don't think it really came up in the game. It was
I suppose it didn't really matter. In the long haul, it just didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the encounter economy that happened as a result.
I agree that I thought about it, though. I was like, should I not take it because he's going to mature? And I thought, if there's a world where he doesn't mature, because this is a vampire or something, I do not want me to have to sit here for another extra day before I find out what it is. Because you can't do anything in Castle Dracula. You can't do anything there. It's real bad. Okay. I mean, I think maybe you can take it.
I suppose that's fair, but one way or another, good game both. Catch you after like 10-15 minutes break, because...
Yeah. Good.
Any words for me, MisterGreen? I'm telling you right now, you're gonna draw really well. Okay, you're gonna have both Rune Vigors. I want to see at least 1 forewarned in the first 20 cards. A newspaper on 3, obviously. I'm just saying, all this stuff's gonna happen. All right, we're ready. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah. I'll see you then.
See you in 10 minutes. Hey, bye.
Yep. Catch up. All right, folks. So another 10 minutes. We'll be right back into it. Stay tuned, folks. Well, so welcome back, folks. So Mr. Green has chosen to go for the in the reverse matchup. Mr. Green has chosen to go for the PizzaWizard setup as well. There are four which is not surprising since there are only four super popular setups. There's PizzaWizard setup, where you simply shift Stuart to Bordeaux. There's Oktoberfest start, where you put all three of these ones in Munich. There's Superhero start, where you have Mina in Madrid and Seward in Vienna. And then there's this. So it's not all that unusual to see PizzaWizard set up on someone who is not PizzaWizard. It's really... Okay, what have we got? We got, a renewed RV. So, and Dracula is always going to play around RV, but it feels nice as Drac to, at least, it feels a bit of a bummer. Yeah, that's right. It's just earlier, if you weren't here, Wish said, yeah, you'll put me out of my misery, I won't be able to force a game 3. He, trying to, almost as if he is, trying to jinx him or something. And lol. Oh. Yeah, so really it's just a matter of whether or not, but that really adequately describes how PizzaWizard must be feeling after that game, that first match. Because there were several things that went rather unfortunately for PizzaWizard. So, So yeah, now we're just going along the typical week 1 supply chain train. Here we go. Yeah, the only question is, will PizzaWizard manage to force game 3? I mean, that is a long ways off still. It's likely gonna be, unless something really bizarre happens, it's gonna be a while till we figure that out for sure. I suppose Hunter's winning quickly is not all that bizarre, but it's almost certainly not gonna be. Yeah, it's the soonest time where it's reasonable to think that is early week 2 is the first past a newspaper being drawn that things might start moving around, but for now. It's just we wait and see. Garlic and garlic wreath, sure. And then the other discard was the dogs. Okay. Yeah, so nothing all that interesting happening, but I will just take it as it comes. And I suppose the one semi-interesting thing is that we're getting quite a few Dracula events right up front. That's kind of Mr. Green's penalty for having an RV day 1. If you want to think of it that way. I suppose the most interesting thing so far, apart from that renewed vigor, is that PizzaWizard chose not to misdirect its first location. Whether that was simply a misclick or whether he simply blanked it or not. We're just gonna have to find out. But MG didn't draw a newspaper to punish him for it, and the fact that there's a Dracula event up top means that that's one fewer Hunter event that could be a newspaper for tomorrow to get the perfect time newspaper. Only circle and rifle. Okay. Jonathan Harker. Oh, that's okay. So if you have a newspaper already, I might have actually searched if you already have a newspaper, but if not, then yeah, that's definitely nice for Mr. Green. Having Harker to act as a newspaper substitute, but wow, this is very weird. So many Drac events so far. Harker was the only Hunter event we saw. That's already 7. If despite of Jonathan Harker, PizzaWizard manages to mature a hoax, that will be extremely good for him. So many Dracula, and it's just front loaded. Yeah, these two are very evenly matched, and they have a long. Hello, Helen Lucas 09. How's the stream going? It's going good. This is game 2 of a double header between MisterGreen and PizzaWizard in the quarterfinals of the League of Dracula 2025. I'm on a laptop. On a PC. I myself am not playing. I'm doing neutral commentary for this tournament match off. So I'm not actually playing. I unfortunately already lost my position in the tournament last round, but this is something I do often since we don't have all that many. While we have more than we used to, we still don't have that many content creators in our community. So I do have yes, it is a very interesting game to be sure. Not like when you compare it to things like League of Legends, and so on. How long have I been playing this? Let's see. I played the board game for a few months. Before getting a thing, but the actual digital version of this, I played this for around at this point. Let me see. I started early 2023, so it's getting close to 3 years at this point. So I think closest estimate is around 2.75, 2.8 years at this stage. But yeah, these are two high level. Yes, it is a very fun game. I've been competing in every single tournament and league that we've had. I've never won any of them yet, but I did manage to semi-finalist once. But for this game, that's not all that important. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Considering that we are now getting towards the end of the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and then there's just semifinals, third place playoff, and the finals left in this tournament. I think the tournament will be lasting another 3 or so months. That being said, basically, I think the long and short of it is that there aren't that many games left. We've already been through the vast majority of the tournament. And if you go to my YouTube channel, I don't. To be honest, I may need to fix that. I may not have included that in my just Twitch in general, like linking that to my YouTube. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But one way or another, there are others such as Scott Sword, who is among my recommended streamers. Who, thank you. That's now you're now my 16th follower and getting closer and closer to the affiliate level of followers. But again, that doesn't matter. It's all about this is what is supposed to be all about what these two are doing. So we haven't had a newspaper report yet. We've had a lot of Dracula events like loaded up front. We got a local rumors in Vienna, which unfortunately is rather useless this early. I'm not completely useless, but it rarely helps. This is still the early game where things move very slow. My channel looks pretty empty. In what way? Do you mean? I mean, on the one hand, I have been, since I recently got knocked out of the tournament, I have been taking a break from streaming in general. Just taking a break from Fear of Dracula before some of the quote-unquote overburn. I have a lot more content than this. It's just I haven't streamed on Twitch in particular. Like I streamed like over several dozen games during the league phase, and this is now like over half a dozen during the. So you also do decorations for streams and content. Unfortunately, I'm not in the sort of position where I can afford any sort of. That's not exactly in my budget right now. As it is, I am somewhat stretching it with how many people I follow and subscribe to. But thank you nonetheless. Okay, finally putting down rumor token on encounter number 3. That's interesting. So okay, so he had early newspaper, not a hide trick. That's interesting. So it was in Spain. Well, I suppose given that Harker popped up, since Harker would have shown that it was a hide trick, sure, maybe. I do not have a Discord, no. I have not. I'm still in the early days yet of streaming, so I'm not. Let's just say that where I'm focusing on all the basic stuff. Okay? Focusing on all the basic stuff first, and so on. In any event, okay, char carriaging down to Marseille. Makes sense. Cut off the route out of one of the easiest routes out of Spain before Seward moves in. Okay, yep. Going to the Alicante one day or one turn early. In case it's a delay, in case it's a hoax, in which case he would not be able to get to the next one. Ah, hi, the Shrider. How's it going? Since you ask, Helen Lucas 09, what does what he means is that you aren't the first person to come in here asking about stuff. what I mean is you're not the first person to come in asking me about like hiring services and or like whether I have Instagram and so on. So that's what he's talking about. Yeah, and to those who watch this on YouTube, sorry, but yeah, Twitch. But during this live stream, oh, a fog as your first encounter. That's interesting. That is a highly unusual one to do, but if you want to get a hoax through, that is a valid way of trying to do so. Make them think it's like hoax them to, because and the thing is that now he's gonna have to send Goldaming in with and Goldaming already used a charred carriage, and he's definitely gonna have to try to chase after what's after Alicante as fast as he can, because after committing that much, he doesn't want to let a hoax go off when there's seven soon to be 8 Drac events in the discard already. That pretty much guarantees that there will be something pretty good. JB, he was only able to stick around for the first game, Strider. So he was. Oh, okay. Running right into him. Okay. So that means that it was either Madrid, but that also narrows down where this thing might be, showing that he has stake and a heavenly host. Wow, but he does have the charred carriage. So he could have done charred carriage to Madrid. So that may be brutal. Just like this, just like in the last game, the spy was brutal for a good luck and a charred carriage. So just like the early spy was brutal for PizzaWizard last game, yeah. Yep. You have sound off? Okay. One mo. Sorry for the mute going off, you folks. He was only around for first match. Match. Okay. Alright, so the first game went to MisterGreen as Dracula. But then again, the first game started very similarly in terms of like what the encounters were, of what encounters that actually hit home were. So we may have like an encore of that. Yes, MisterGreen managed to beat PizzaWizard hunting him. I know. You would think it would be PizzaWizard, but yes, MisterGreen took the first game. Yeah, it was close though. Since there was a very early fight in which she got knocked down to 2 HP left, but Dracula was able to scurry to the castle quickly. Mia was only at 1 HP at the end of all the other things that had happened. And he was able to go to Castle Dracula. Yeah. Yeah, Strider. thanks, by the way, for calling her on what she was really doing, by the way. I always hate to have to choose between being rude or trying to be, like, after having to deal with those types of things so many times. Annoying. But, I mean, for those of you on YouTube who have no idea what I talk about, like, Strider's chatting about, like, asking who won, looks like the troll who was shooting me endless questions in Twitch chats. I was getting at. But in any event, so I imagine that this one will be a hoax. However, I think that Dracula will likely have to be satisfied because he had to. I would just ally this one, because I usually am all because you'll already have an ally that you can surprisingly return search with, but at this point, yeah. At this point, it is highly likely that he'll go to sea very soon. You know that since Goldaming has a stake, he can. The question is whether or not Seward has a stake, because I mean, he can stake what is presumably a hoax to make sure that he doesn't. Oh. I might have just stayed in place with Mina. Because now you're opening up to loose for him? Huh. That's a questionable thing. Okay, spending the stake on the vampire, but the question is, if it's Cadiz next and the rune token's there, does Seward? So far, Seward has not shown a horse. Mind you, the only move he's done is using a 3-2 to get there in one move, whereas horse would have taken him 2. It is a good question. What does he do? Does he do Does Seward have a horse? Did Goldaming have a white one? They lost? Maybe? I'm not sure why he hasn't re-ticketed with him, if he did, though. Yeah, in this case he was searching the hoax, yes, but what about the night he was in Saragossa when he escaped from there? From that night fight? I don't know. Yeah, I think by moving out to Toulouse, you gave him too easy a way out of Spain. I'm not sure I like that, because even though true, he will likely have to put to sea soon, it allows him to stall by going to Marseille. Speed telegraph, okay. Have Mia check Toulouse and try to jump him there. Is that what he's doing? Huh. Okay. So Mia has a horse. Okay. So it was never Madrid. Okay, so he wanted to check it out whether it was Madrid or whether it was Cadiz. But now we know that Goldaming is nothing but a host. So if this isn't an aristocratic vamp, this could be trouble. I might just let it mature. Just let it wipe that. You know where the trail picks up again, somewhere next to Saragossa. Most likely Barcelona. In fact, we know that it's Barcelona since he was never at Madrid. We now know that he's done Barcelona, maybe Hyde or Toulouse. You just let this one mature, let it go, have that be the end of it. Okay, I'm not sure I like that. I mean, possibly he's holding Heroic Leap. I mean, we know that neither of these is Heroic Leap, but does the Nelson trade with him? Give him a planned damage Heroic Leap to make it taking down a Reckless at least easier? In the event that is a Reckless? I don't know. Behind the Veil. Okay, so there's a second Fog. So, yoink. So that was a Soil. So what's left is a Soil, one of each type of Fire Vamp, and one other card that I missed. It was an Aristocratic. That is fortunate for MisterGreen. It's both a hoax and an Aristocratic taken out literally last moment. Last possible moment. But now we have a relatively large window of time here where, okay, Saboteur at Santander. This is going to be rather annoying since that's now both Gul'daming and Seward delayed next turn. And I have to guess that he was planning to move Mina there anyway? Question mark? Because he was likely assuming that Gul'dan would get delayed, or hoping that would be the case. So he's moving Mina to check first whether he went to Madrid to try to be super sneaky, and then so they could just pile on him 3-on-1, and then checking and then even if he's not, then Mina can deal with what's after Cadiz. Hard to tell. Okay, so Van Helsing is the third horse. So Seward will need to meet up with him. Yeah, that only entices Seward to start moving toward... I would have gone to Nantes and then met Seward at Bordeaux. Hard to say. So, on the one hand, this has begun very similarly to how it did for, like, with that spy in early fight and damage. It has begun very similar to how it went with when MG was Dracula. On the other hand, we have Behind the Veil and a Starting Fog. So that means that that option is open. But the fact that they didn't keep the entrance to Spain blocked meant that he's gotten away. So Dracula's gone away far more lightly than he did in MG's case. Yeah, just continue playing Wax Cylinders. Keep checking if he's played Hyde. So, yeah, he went Barcelona, Toulouse. Marseille. At least Marseille, I would assume. But it could be any of them in reality. But Marseille is just the quickest one in general. And when they already know where you are, it's just common sense to do this. Okay, he has a knife. That's good knowledge for Dracula. Wolfform from I say. Well, I mean that's fine. I mean that means that there's a pretty wide arc where he can be. But the thing is, a good amount. Some of that arc is like definitely highly doubted due to Hunter positioning. Yeah, he definitely did need to do a supply with Gul'dam there. Try to find a weapon to go with his horse and Heavenly Host. Yeah, the Hunters are still not all that well prepared. Okay. Okay, so it was indeed Marseille after Toulouse. Now we're starting to learn things again. Wow, horse economy is really not good. Gul'dam needs to get tickets. I'm not sure why he's been passing at night when that's an option. You're going to be improving horse economy quite a bit. So, I don't think Mia showed a stake when she searched Lisbon. Maybe she did, and I have simply forgotten that. But yeah, the fact that Tenji is kind of being forced to play semi-passive, or kind of even worse, is playing mostly active, but is getting so many bad horse rolls, and therefore it's almost as if he didn't have them. That's just straight up good for Dracula. He's getting further and further away. Okay, however, now Gul'dam's refill his time slots. I think the trace will now start to begin more in earnest. Okay, I suppose since he's at a location and where he's gonna search anyway, it makes sense that you would go to Marseille, just clear more trail. Yeah. Now the hunters are starting to catch up a little bit. Yeah, they're not super far behind, but okay, Mez into dodge. Let's see. Fang into knife. Okay, so Van Helsing has a knife. That's the second knife accounted for. Have we gotten all the way through the item deck yet? No. There's still a good 10 cards left. So there could be a lot of good item cards still left in the deck. For all we know. Claw into dodge. Okay, so it would appear as if Van Helsing does not have a stake. He's looking to actually fight here. Strength into escape. Okay. Either that or he was just faking it and trying to just play anti-Fang, giving the impression that he was going to knife again, only to escape into stake to deny the ambush point. So, yeah, we know that there's still the ruin token at Toulouse to deal with. Or, not Toulouse, Barcelona. So he's going to be horsing with Mina. At least I would assume. Yeah. How many stakes do we have in the discard? 2? Okay, one was spent at Granada to get rid of his hoax. Another was just discarded. So there's still 10 cards left in the draw pile. It's entirely possible that the fact that Van Helsing did escape in the end means that he's either waiting for someone else to stake. So what's Skolom going to do? Yeah, working on tickets. Trying to fetch the last yellow one. Or just thin the deck so that it's... Or, I don't know. Just trying to choosing to keep a yellow one. In short, he's just filling up his tickets. By the looks of things. So, what now? Does he search or does he trade with Seward? Because I might scan if I were hunting here, because you might prematurely chase. Because otherwise, you might prematurely chase east with him sitting in Nantes with a hide, potentially. But then again, why would he hide? Because for anyone who may have missed it, Stewart has been showing wax cylinders quite regularly to check for hide. Okay. Choosing not to search it yet. Do you have a stake on Van Helsing? The fact that he's hesitating seems to imply no. As the answer. Then again, it's possible that he's choosing to let this rumor token Barcelona mature. But then again, you don't, unless you'll figure out where he's wolf form before it matures. That's just a bad call. I'm not. If you ask me, you've had plenty of time to deal with it. Okay, psychic scannings, good. So we know that his current location is not in France. So while the wolf form could still be to Strasbourg, and therefore he could still be up at Cologne, Frankfurt, easily. Like he could be playing like PizzaWizard and going to Amsterdam, but honestly I doubt that he would beeline to the coast so quickly, especially since he had such a large area to play with. So, okay, short AFK from him. So what will he do? So presumably someone is gonna go to Barcelona, and they're gonna at least try to deal with whatever that vampire rumor token is. I'd assume it's Fang Vamp because we saw when Behind the Veil was drawn when he was in Saragossa that he had a fog and he had one of each type of fire vamp. The Reckless account that he had is accounted for in Marseille. So I would expect that this is the new vamp. That being said, he could have gone another Reckless from the Behind the Veil, or from Filtering Glares. Yeah, the fact that there are so many delaying things in between here, and that he let him get out of Spain so easily, means that PizzaWizard is actually in quite a reasonable position right now. Because the hunters definitely need to clear some trail. They need to learn where he is now. They need to find the wolf form. They have a lot they need to do. And we are almost into week 3 already. And Dracula is still sitting at having taken only 1 damage from that one wolf form. This is... the fact of the matter is they haven't spent any... The only super significant things they spent is 1 char carriage and 1 speed telegraph. And those aren't particularly significant. Char carriage, with there being 3 char carriages, that's not the most significant thing. The fact of the matter is there could be like Heavenly Hosts still buried in the pile. For all we know. Heavenly Hosts, maybe. And we know that Helsing's still holding a horse, so presumably he wants Seward to get to him to trade aid. Yeah, they have a lot they need to do. I'm surprised they didn't search Toulouse last night. And I'm also surprised that Mina didn't go to Barcelona to at least investigate that. And the thing is that we know that the hunters have renewed vigor because renewed vigor was Mina's first event draw. So we saw that even though it's been traded off for since then, we saw that at the very beginning, and they haven't used that. So Thunder still has some gas, but I think that the big problem is that they need some time to get organized. It's possible that might be a reason to let this one go. Let him have this. He'll get the wolf form back, yes, and that's bad, especially with it being unrevealed. But maybe you just need some time to regroup. Distribute the items about, find anything, have Van Helsing start digging for anything you're missing. I don't know. That might be necessary. Like, you have your renewed vigor already, so therefore, at least event-wise, you're reasonably set to chase after him directly, so long as you can find where he is. You can always, if absolutely necessary, summon Jonathan Harker back if you have a surprising return, which we don't know if he does or not. I think it's something that you could do. It's tough. It is rather tough. And all the while, we know that Dracula had a desecrated soil in hand when Behind the Veil is drawn. Has he laid that down to help? He's close to recycling his deck to get those fogs back. Has he put down desecrated soil to speed up that process, to minimize the window that the hunters have that they know that there's no fog? There's lots of uncertainty here as to what's going to happen. It could still go either way. Easily. Yeah, until Mr. Green gets back and we actually see something, we just don't know. This is definitely a long 3 minutes. MG. Where are you? Alright, there he is. Now then, let's see some action here. Go on. You want to claim your spot in the semifinals? Then play. Alright. Goldaming choosing to... Yeah, he's choosing to just forfeit Barcelona. So... the question is whether he'll actually take it or not. Yeah, I definitely see a certain amount of pros to this choice by Mr. Green, but I also see several cons. Yeah, like, I understand the move. It's understandable, but I can't say I like it. Completely like it either. Let's see. Stewart might be holding on to a holy circle. He's never, until he was with Mina, when he had a chance to trade, but I don't think he did. Probably because he wants to get that horse and knife off of Van Helsing. And since Stewart's the one who doesn't have the horse, I mean, he could change that, but since he didn't, I assume that he's just gonna he could have. Yeah, okay. That was apparently a bad combat hand for the vampire. Either that or is playing defensively. But in that case, just don't ambush. So more likely a bad combat hand. So. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Want to. Like, finding out in the newspaper would be great here. And do you send Mina to Barcelona? Okay, yeah. So he's having Mina to do cleanup crew duty. Okay, so that means that there's still a new vampire unaccounted for, since he hasn't played that yet. So he got a reckless vampire off of the behind the hill. Either that or the layer filtering. Okay. So, yeah, playing to kill. And or just playing anti-fang. So, that being said, I would go with escape now. If you have a stake, I would try to escape now. If you don't, then obviously you dodge or punch. Okay. Did I do something right for once? Yeah, PizzaWizard did not have the best of time during his Hunter game. It worked fine. It looked good at first, but then everything just crashed around him since he spent so much of his strength in the early game. And that's basically what it came down to. So, what now? At this point, you might as well do knife. Try to, in case he chooses to do fang next, since it's gonna be strength. Like, it's gonna be strength or dodge. It's gonna be strength or fang from him almost no matter what. But you might as well try to get in the knife hits, so that you can do knife, dodge, knife. Let him cancel the dodge, and then try to get in 2 hits. Okay. Apparently not. He's admitting it. And what's more, that's the way that you get to play more than one knife hit to try to finish it. But, okay, is he going to get 8 points out of this thing? Does Mia have a knife? Does Mia have a stake, rather? We know she has a knife. That's the question. That's the real question. Claw into knife. Yeah. Yeah, he's taking a... Yeah, this is... Especially since the vampire can now just escape his mist, she's gonna dodge most of the time. She's gonna dodge most of the time. But what if she instead does knife number 2 that you don't know about? Strength. Okay, yeah, makes sense. That's almost as good, barring a last-ditch Heavenly Host toss. So, okay. So he's going to get to mature Barcelona anyway, and he got a point. An ambush point. Not good. Does Mina... And with how much damage Mina took during the daytime fight, she really can't afford to do a night fight. Otherwise, it'll just spiral completely out of control. On the other hand, things are still pretty bad. If you just let it go. On the other hand, if you don't, and you somehow manage to get rid of it, or if you don't, or even more so, if you don't and then you die, what then? Yeah, I think that at this point you just gotta let go. Possibly, it's possible that you should have had Gul'daman go here. Then again, there is still an unaccounted item for. There's still an unaccounted for item in Mia's hand. We know that she has horse and knife, but what's the third one? Is it another stake? There's still 2. And yes, there's still a good number of cards left in the deck, but okay. The fact that he's staking this means that Mia does have a stake, almost certainly. Because otherwise that was just foolish to do. Oh, Seward had a stake and Seward traded it to him. I see. That's why he didn't stake it sooner. Okay, so that's this trail disarmed somewhat. I still don't quite understand why he didn't search Toulouse with Seward earlier, but since he had the opening, possibly didn't want to risk a delaying encounter, because those were the last 2 stakes, and all the remaining stakes can, and all the remaining vampires can choose to, until they reshuffle the item deck, can safely like force night fights, force mature, since there's no more stakes. Not for a reasonable amount of time. Okay. Yeah, so this is, I'd say that PizzaWizard is in a strong position. This is the last day of this is the last day of week 2. So, okay, but that being said, now that Seward has his horse, we can, okay, it was to Munich, and now now that is known, things are looking up for the hunters. And now, will Van Helsing check out what Toulouse is, despite being down an item? I would supply with him and have Mina check that. Or do you have the 2 of them meet in Toulouse in case you have to night fight a new vampire to prevent that from maturing? Although now, even though Dracula would get Wolfhorn back, knowing that it is Munich that he went next to for the next move, knowing that it's 2 away from Munich, that's actually not bad. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna just have Van Helsing check it out. If it turns out to be a new vampire, which it definitely could be, since we saw one with Behind the Veil, or for that matter, it could even still be the 3rd Reckless. I will see, but okay, mob at Munich. Ow, that hurts. Yeah, but that being said, MisterGreen is starting to make up ground. And again, they do still have that renewed vigor. Okay, so it's aristocratic. That's actually good. I mean that's good. That it was something that he could clear. So that's not bad. On the other hand, he's delayed, so he will be out of position for 1 turn. For 1 night, rather. It'll be a little bit longer until they get to reshuffle the item deck. Interesting that he chose to supply with bombing. Yeah. We're seeing a lot of rail movement, even though Godalming has a lot of it does have a horse, but the thing is that this area, this particular stretch of the board, like the coast along in this area. Okay, so he went Sajed, so that means he went Zagreb next. That was a nice draw, to be sure. Seward hanging back for one turn, so that he can rest. Also, not go to the east without him actually being there. That was actually a very nice draw. As a result, so now both Mina and Seward can heal double. Godalming can heal, or he can refill his ticket slot if he wants. So from Sajed, he will. It's likely that he's either at. Most likely he's either at Bucharest or Sofia now. But there are a lot of different possible things that he could have done. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, this game is far from settled. I mean, I'd say now that they figure, since the Wolfram is such an obvious location, and now that they know the direction after Munich, and now that they've gotten cards organized, for the most part at least, I think the Hunters have an edge because we know that they have an RV ready to use the moment they get the opportunity. True, they still have a good amount of trail to clear, but now they are already in position to do so. While at the same time chasing after him, closing distance, and so on. So let's see, what now? Okay. Yeah, we knew that he hadn't been there unless he was trying to loop back for some ridiculous reason. Okay, so Wolfram is going off to cooldown next turn. But I think that he'll save that for after his inevitable sea voyage. But the thing is that the Hunters do have Rufus Smith in play for that. So he'll get whittled down a little bit with that. And okay, so he's got a lair there. Yeah, a nice move by PizzaWizard. I like that. As that will delay Van Elsen getting to supply in a big city even more. And now he can get batted back into Toulouse, where there's a lair with who knows what. Okay, another bats. So that's both bats accounted for, and those ain't gonna be coming back. But then again, that's another thing that the deck just got reshuffled. Okay, Van Helsing has a pistol, so that effect gets cushioned. But in truth, it doesn't matter too much, regardless. So yeah, Dracula. So Dracula is still a good ways ahead of them, and there's bats on Seward. So he's gonna be delayed. But then again, you could have Seward hang back while Glowing and Mina are the two that apply pressure. You could have it be that way. Yeah. Now. Oh. Yeah. That's annoying. Good. Very good layering and very good use of bats and layers. John Sword revealing that he has both rifle and knife, as well as probably a heavenly host. But Mia does not. Mia, that's like confirming that Mia has heavenly host to do that. To not show another one. Yeah, so he's gonna hang back with Mia one more turn. But I wonder if this may be a little bit too passive. Does he force him to see while letting the rumor token go? Perhaps because PizzaWizard knows that. Okay, so Glowing had a pistol. Okay, that's a little bit unusual for this late in game, but then again, I suppose it was kind of like like after he had used his stake. And therefore it's down item, so he couldn't be too picky about things there. Yeah, this is doubt. I have like zero doubt. I shouldn't say zero doubt, but I think it's unlikely that MisterGreen will catch him before he goes on a sea voyage, which means that at this stage of the game, that means that this game is unlikely to end before week 4 begins. So that'll be, if PizzaWizard does win, it will be some IDS for him. Well, no, it doesn't matter. That would only matter if MisterGreen was the one who had to win, but since MisterGreen won the first one, PizzaWizard just has to win if he wants to stay in this tournament, and that'll be. Then it'll be due to IDS that's the role for the third game gets chosen, but week 4 or not week 4 doesn't really matter for that. It does in the sense that he will win more often by. Okay, so that will be the new vamp, more likely than not. So Deadlift's looking to get a point out of this. Okay. Mez in a dodge. Fangs into escape. Okay, so he got a point. Which that one doesn't change the week 4 mathematics on its own. He'll need to get more than that, but we know that all 4 stakes are in the discard, so we know that there's no stakes. So in truth, as the hunters, you might want to just let that rumor token mature and work from there. Especially if you have. I suppose the wisdom of that, it kind of depends on whether that's a good idea or not. Really depends on whether or not you have money trail. He's He's probably located at Sofia right now, and therefore will likely be going to Salonika or Valona next. Unless he hit at Varna. He's trying to force MisterGreen to commit at least one more hunter to the east, which he almost certainly would regardless if he's playing on full cleaning of the trail. Yeah, because if you whack cylinders you at Varna, you don't especially care. You're probably going to be going to sea then anyway. Because as Dracula, you know that the hunters have renewed vigor. So therefore, that threat is always there. Okay. Not moving... Okay, I would be start moving... I would move into a big city so that Van Helsing can find... can hasten reshuffling the deck for potential stakes, like in the event he finds Vampire Lair and needs that to get by one extra day, maybe. I don't know. It'll depend, but and also the thing is that with covering Marseille, that makes Dracula coming in from sea a little bit more awkward for him. So I think that I would check that out. So I think that I would do that, and sooner rather than later. But it looks as if he's committing to have Mina hanging back, have these two put pressure on him to leave, deal with, possibly let the rumor token mature and deal with whatever this last bit of stuff is instead. I mean, Rufus Smith is poised to do some work the moment he goes to sea. But at this point, the thing is that he could have gone to Sofia after Bucharest, and could be like gone Sofia, Salonika, Valona, and that's where he currently is, and he's gonna leave via Adriatic Sea. Oh, well, apparently it was indeed Black Sea coast. Nice night supply. That was admittedly a tad risky, but I suppose he's trying to dig through quickly. That was a good one, yes. That was definitely a good local rumors. Okay, so what are you gonna do, Seward? Just rest, I suppose? Yeah, I am a bit surprised that he chose to not to rest with Guldoming and instead to Night Supply. It's possible he's trying to dig through super fast. I suppose he also lost a pistol to the spy earlier, so he was down an item. But there wasn't a mystic research, so that was just pure risk. Then again, there were a lot of Dracula events up front, so the odds were, let me see, that was 10, well, 3, 5, yeah, and then another 5, 10. 10, so 15 out of, yeah, it was close to 2/3 chance that succeeded. It was still relatively balanced, but yeah, I would not risk it anymore. You now know that it was Black Sea coast. You know that you can let Belgrade go, let him have those points. Take out Sofia, take out wherever he goes next. Then again, if you have CG, he could get just cut off from the coast. If you do that, I would say put tokens on Valona, Bucharest, okay, CG. Yeah, makes sense, of course. Yeah, this is your chance. Usually, because now you can force him to just not go, like, kind of force him to not go to sea at all. I would definitely put one in Valona. Definitely put one here. So that he can't go there or wolf form to Athens. Then, yeah, also blockade Salonika. Make it so that if he does get to go to sea, he has to misdirect one of his previous locations. And then, I would blockade... I might actually have blockaded Sarajevo. Yeah, I suppose just blockade all the coasts and keep him contained. So he's gonna have to go... I would imagine that he'll wolf form. Have there be, like, possibly wolf form to his Sajed lair? Or he can't go to Constanta, he can't get there because he's cut off by tokens. So it's just as good as if there was a token there. So this is kind of like a 5 token CG in a way. He could choose to just feed heal, and admittedly he only gets to heal 1, but then he's on a card that could be a fog. As he did reshuffle the deck a good deal ago, like a few days ago. So it's by no means impossible that he could have one. Okay, trading with Mina, getting her probably like giving her some sort of movement event to get her into the fight. But yeah, Dracula may have to tough it out on land now. But I think as Drac, the correct move is just feed. Make them have to worry about those coasts again next turn if you successfully fog. Misdirecting his rumor token. Wow. I'm not sure I like that. I suppose that does mean that he can wolf form to any port next turn. Yeah, I suppose I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm not sure whether I like it or not. But that is quite a devastating CG. It's, in effect, killed the rumor token, so you don't mind letting him mature a 4-point vampire. I mean, that will cut off one day, but that's nowhere near as bad as having to waste time. So you know that he is not sitting... Well, the likelihood of him sitting on a rumor token is minimal. Sitting on a reckless is minimal. It could be the other new vampire. He could have found another fog. I think I would renew Vigor so that you can just surround Belgrade, because you know where he is. He doesn't have... He can in theory misdirect Sophia. So surrounding him is no good though, because then he'll just wolf form to a port. So then perhaps you just surround him normally one day and don't play the renewed Vigor. Possibly moving Gul'daming to... I would say to just supply with Gul'daming this turn. Have Mina move to... Sarajevo and have... and have Gul'daming just sit there. You're threatening. That way you have Gul'daming's. That way you have all 3 hunters still threatening Dracula's position, but not like committing to surrounding, since he does have wolf form. Yeah, this is a very interesting situation. Because chances of him having Dracula have found one of his fogs by now, since he's like halfway through, getting close to halfway through the redo of the deck, of the encounter deck. Hard to say. It's not unlikely, but it's not just like he does have it guaranteed. If he had 2 renewed vigors, I doubt that he would be hesitating here. Okay, yeah, he chose not to do the RV, and also simply due to where Dracula is, it might just be overkill. Especially you have heroic leap on one of the hunters. Now all the hunters have maximum event capacity here. That can get there. Well, not quite. Yeah, making it so you can't hide. I suppose that's a valid choice. Especially if you have heroic leap to whittle him down. Yeah, it's not often that you see this CG cut off from the coast sort of thing. This is one of the rarer things that you see. So obviously the Glowing has either an escape route or a heroic leap. Honestly, even if you have heroic leap, I might do Lucy's Revenge. Plan ambush, Lucy's Revenge. Lucy's Revenge being used as a great strength, more likely here. I'm trying to get in some damage with the planned ambush and then leave, I suppose, is what's likely going on. Plotting, okay. So he saw that Glowing at least had a pistol. There is still one left, so he could have one. I think that would be best case scenario, and that would be the correct thing to do if you have it, for sure. I would punch. I would not let him force you to lose Lucy's Revenge use Lucy's Revenge as a great strength. He chooses to use Heavenly Host. Okay, just get the damage in. Yeah, it comes without a price, though. It comes at a price. I think what I would do next is dodge. Because what Dracula will likely do next, especially since there's no Aggie, he will likely mesmerize next, since you just dumped the Heavenly Host. Fangs? Okay. Okay, now Dracula gets to heal up part of that. Yeah, I don't really approve of that one. I would be trying to... I would have dodged, anticipating some sort of thing to take advantage of you doing dodge. Mez. Okay, so still has a plotting. Okay, so now... Okay, Lucifer Revenge can now serve its purpose in preventing him from escaping his bat. I suppose you just play defensive with Gul'daming, dodge, and then you have Lucifer Revenge and potentially Great Strength to completely in theory... I suppose you escape, dodge... Or, no, you just dodge, escape, dodge. Escape his bat, okay. Feels so bad that you play dodge only to... Now you play dodge without him using the plotting. He was likely expecting a claw. Like a claw to at least deal good damage. Either that or strength. I was dodging to try to preserve the knife and his health. So, but I like that play from PizzaWizard. So ultimately, this Lucifer Revenge planned ambush has turned into a deal 3 damage, net 3 damage so far. To escape his bat, rifle, okay. So he found a rifle. Pop him for 1 damage, and he is not escaping his bat, period. You can escape his miss if you like to avoid more damage, but that's it. So this has turned into a deal 4. Yeah, so now you play knife to prevent him. Okay, yeah. Using that to preserve 1 health on Dracula, but now Dracula might just feed and try to kill Gul'daming. Because even though Lucifer Revenge got to cancel an escape, he is now on the brink of death, so if he feeds, it is unlikely that he will survive, unless they have great strength. If they have it, then, in which case, you just dump RV and pile on. Yeah, this is going to be quite a tense Fincher, especially if he feeds and kills Gul'daming. Because yeah, that's what he's going for. But does he have an escape route as his last event? If so, Dracula is in big trouble. Because then he simply steps off of here and waits for him. He would likely move to I think he would move to Sofia, despite there being a card there. Or no, he would just join him at Sarajevo to heal up, get ready for the next fight. Hmm. The fact that he's choosing to feed. If Goldaming's holding the RV, I would do it, even if you don't plan on completely pouncing right away. Like, because if chances are, unless you have great strength, if you have great strength, then Goldaming plays his last card if he can, if it's some sort of dawn event. Okay, escape route, second planned ambush, lucky find. Nothing. Not good. Okay, Fang into escape. He tried. Oh, but he does have the great strength. Okay. However, since it's Fangs, Dracula still does benefit. He's now at full health. Okay. Okay, I wonder if you search as Goldaming. Okay. Yeah, and you still have renewed vigor to help bring the fight, make the fight happen next turn. Yeah, so you're obviously letting that Bucharest vampire mature. We're just going for the kill. Potentially even before week 4, although he'll have to do it tomorrow to manage that. The fact that Seward didn't move in to Belgrade with Goldaming seems to say that it seems to be saying that he had heroic leap, but now there is definitely some doubt. As to, because Dracula will doubtless wolf form on his turn. He'll wolf form either to the coast or just to somewhere. Possible that he'll lurk around by the castle. I mean, he's got to mature the Reckless for sure. He'll take the 4 points, get up to 6. This is going to be a very close game. That much is clear. This is a very tense situation on both ends. I mean, Dracula's on full HP for the hunters, so therefore, even if they pile on top of him, they're not guaranteed to be able to kill him. And that's assuming that they don't get fogged. Okay, now that Goldaming has 4, he can likely survive a dawn fight. So I suppose, as hunters, you likely do renewed vigor and just pile on top of all the coasts. If he wolf forms, you renewed vigor and just try to get him. We haven't seen any sense of emergencies yet, so I would actually be semi-surprised if Mia doesn't have one. Then again, that would mean that she doesn't have forewarned, so that'd be Dracula wouldn't mind as long as he's sitting on a fog. Okay. So, if I were PizzaWizard, I would likely choose. If I choose to wolf form to a coast, I would choose Salonika. Saturday, Sunday. Updating layers. Okay, yeah, because you have probably quite a few layers in this area. But that seems to say that that simply makes there be more options. But yeah. There's so many different things he can do. I might, as Dracula, consider going to Budapest and then heading up toward, going out. Have them chase you to the coast, only to find out you're not there. Because, but for that reason, if I were MisterGreen, I would do speed telegraph, so that Van Helsing might be able to pull out his scouts, or something useful, like an eagle presence. Let's see, which would help narrow things down. Okay, where are you moving? Not Salonika. And that's good for the hunters. But it's also bad because very soon so now you I think that you probably should have done renewed vigor this turn, so that you could have Goldaming start with a supply that could have been a scouts, if nothing else, or possibly start with a heal, so that he's going blind in to a spot where Dracula could be with a little bit more HP. So now Dracula is outside of the 1 claw equals death range. Wait, Dracula? Goldaming is out of the 1 claw equals death range. Wax cylinders. Okay. I actually might have deduced Belgrade. See if that really was a fog in the first place. It's possible that was a misclick there. And that's what he had intended. So on the one hand, if he is at Varna, that's not bad. Because long term, he will have to go to sea. And that means that he's not going to be scoring points during Fear of Dracula. And he still does have to survive 3 turns on land once he starts scoring points. Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that since they are UCG, he didn't have to worry about preserving Wolfram for when he lands to play around CG, since that's already gone. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Still 12 Dracula in the deck. Okay, so that will likely be a hide card on Varna. Then again, it might not. He may be trying to opt for, like, sticking around the area of the castle. Okay, going with an Invigor now. The thing is that Dracula could now be sitting on double fog. Although I'm not sure if that would be wise to do that as Dracula. Because it's not as if you're going to win this next turn. You might want to preserve an extra fog for after this location. Scouts, okay, that's good. And Golduming is pretty injured anyway, so it turns out that he has chosen to be moving further inland. So, yeah, but fortunately from Belgrade, the furthest he can get is Vienna. Thanks to that scouts, we know that he's not anywhere on this side. So, and now he's going to move to Vienna, doubtless. But then again, why would he hide at Budapest? Okay, and yeah, now that Helsing is finally moving back into Marseille after that Bats, I think that should have happened a long time ago, because if he had, Van Helsing would have three items, and would actually be a threat would have been a threat today via that Renew Vigor through a charred carriage. I think that we we have seen one get used or discarded, not sure which, off the top of my head, but there's still 2 copies of that, and the deck has thinned quite a bit. So she will doubtless be checking Budapest. Oh, hello. There you are. Mina will almost certainly have an escape route. I would be very surprised if she doesn't have that or the second planned ambush. After all, Van Helsing just traded with her last night. Or the night before. Very recently. So I would be surprised if she didn't have something for combat. Now that you know that it's here, now you actually know that the Wolfhorn location is Zagreb. Yeah, you go down to Valona and wait for him. This is very good for the hunters. So now you use wax cylinders to deduce either what's at Belgrade or what's at Sarajevo. Show Dracula that you know some stuff. So the wolf form, as it turns out, was to Zagreb. If I would have gone to Vienna from there. Probably. So either check Belgrade or Sarajevo. What the wolf form one doesn't concern you. Okay, so that was a fog. So he has 1 fog maximum. So if he's sitting on a fog here, that's his last one. I suppose PizzaWizard will likely he'll likely hide first, because at this point he's just committed to staying on land for the rest of the game. He's not going to reach a port. By the time he reaches a port, apart from moving directly onto Mina, which is just asking to get killed, since no encounter, they need to have no fear in jumping in, and I would be surprised if they couldn't arrange for Seward to have a sense of emergency or a second renewed vigor, because that's 3 cards unaccounted for. And let's see, how many Dracmans are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Now there's 9 left in the pile. Not counting this one, so that's out of the remaining 33 events. There's 23 hunter events there, which means that there's still, how many scouts are there left? One, they've used 1. Wow, they've actually only used 1 scouts. So no, 2. Okay, so but chances are still good of Van Helsing picking 1 up from a night supply if they so wish. Okay, training tool doming. Makes sense. Provide him with any small tool he can get, that or something that can pose as a forewarned. I think it's likely that Dracula will choose to just lay down the high card and say, I claim 3 more points. No? Okay. Yeah, I suppose it's likely that they're gonna... You want to get into a slightly better position. So now, you want to be able to... You want to be able to take advantage of having a empty spot to go to while you can. Empty spot without misdirecting. But now they know that you're at Sofia. And they have to... And they are assuming that you didn't use the fog either at Zagreb or Sarajevo. I think most likely he used it at Sarajevo. Either that or he just is coveting that last fog for a long time. By this pause, I'm guessing that we have a second renewed vigor possibility, or at least a speed telegraph possibility, I would assume, because either the second speed telegraph or the second renewed vigor. Because perhaps surprising return, summon back Harker to prevent him from hiding on the spot if you choose not to engage right now. But that would mean that you are forced to engage next turn, no matter what. So I think you have to attack him at Sofia, force him to pop the fog if it's there. But fortunately, it's a land space, so that's, I think, honestly for the best. It won't last. It'll only. That being said, they have to be cautious. If it's a fog and he manages to trap someone alone, he could do... Oh, charred carriage. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Huh? Not sure what you're doing that for. Oh. How did he... Okay, so... How is that a different location that allowed him to go to Sarajevo? Because, Sofia got wiped off the trail, so he wolf-formed there. That was a very good educated guess. This reckless could make the difference between MisterGreen winning or losing here. If Dracula survives the upcoming fight. And the fact that he's at 14 bodes well for that. And the fact that at most 3 hunters are going to reach him, and one of whom only has 2 items. That being said, since he has only 2 items, he does, on the other hand, have the... I mean, it would have to be a sense of emergency, so he'd have to use his only event. So it would appear that he already spent his fog. I'm not sure if but in the event that there are several ways PizzaWizard could win this. One, the vampire. Okay, so PizzaWizard, Seward obviously has some sort of event that he's thinking of using here, possibly a heroic leap to make sure. Well, he's already skipped that phase. The prompt is for... So he seems to have the second planned ambush here? Man, yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Mina can get there easily, so long as horse economy, so long as she doesn't roll slow. But regardless of whether Mina rolls slow or not, if the Reckless here gets hit PizzaWizard at an ambush point, and Dracula escapes the fight, then that'll be game. As that one last point will be enough to make the difference. And this is another reason why he should have sent Van Helsing into Marseille sooner, just taking the time to do that sooner. Okay, spending planned ambush now. Okay, I definitely understand, because it's possible that the Sword's other event is escape route, and therefore he intends to wait on this fight. Possibly having Mina use a sense of emergency to get up to Munich and intercept him. Block him off. Okay. Does Seward have a Heavenly Host, or did he use it already? Guldamen spent his, but I don't think Seward did. So he could just vaporize it and then bring Mina in to... Yeah. But that means that... I think that PizzaWizard is completely satisfied with that. That's a planned ambush and Heavenly Host that could have been used on him and spent on this. That being said, that also means that he still has to survive through two, not only this night, but the next night. I'm not saying that the circumstances are all that threatening for PizzaWizard for this night, but next night, that's a different story. I mean, a 2-1 is admittedly less than ideal, but great strength is gone, and Dracula knows this. It is worth wondering, do you move Van Helsing to Milan to discourage him moving there? To discourage him moving to Munich? Keep him closer? Like, force him to have the ideal move be Szeged or something? Yeah. I mean, I think that's valuable than a supply with a Dracula event on top. Unless, the only reason that would not be the case is if you're trying to dig up a vampire lair. Although that wouldn't help, though. That wouldn't change the clock. Alright, 2v1, they're both at full health. Here we go. This is quite a tense finale, folks. Such a tense finale here. Because, yeah, if Dracula survives this, he's going to get 3 more points and go up to 12 influence. But then, the Hunters still have 1 more shot. So long as they can evade getting fogged, although the fog the second fog, for anyone who is just tuning in or missed it, wax cylinders revealed a fog here, and as well as but the second one is unaccounted for in the second go through of the deck. I mean, it's possible that PizzaWizard doesn't have it all together. Okay, good choices to do punch on the first round. Yeah, this fight here, since you have 1 more day, MisterGreen can afford to just say, I'm just going to wean you down a little bit. and wait for until Glutman can jump into the fight as well. Okay. So what we know about the hunter's hands. They both have knives. Mina... and I think Mina might have a Heavenly Host. I don't recall whether it was Van Helsing or Mina who has the last Heavenly Host. But... yeah, so that's already net 4 damage. But of course, Dracula has a potential win out of simply killing a hunter. So, if I were Mr. Green, I would dodge next, because the fact of the matter is, he has only the knife, and the fact that I would have possibly waited one more round when playing the knife, and dodged last round. You know that Dracula is... oh, that's another way. I would punch this turn with Seward. Because, more likely than not, I think, at a guess, Dracula's gonna plot on Seward. And then next round, he can... and so as to fetch a Fang. And then next round, Seward can... because, yeah, that's like a guaranteed victory for him. The moment Seward plays the Fangs, then he can't... or plays the knife, he can't block the Fangs because plotting happens. So therefore, I would punch. If I were Dracula, I would be plotting against Seward, because you know that he's either gonna... and then... either that or against me... I would just be plotting. I'm not sure who I would make my target. Okay. Turns out Seward called that. What did Mia do? Pistol. Okay, that's her third card. However, it is noteworthy. Both hunters should... I think that both hunters should punch this time around. The reason behind that is otherwise, round 5, when the turn where he can escape his bat, they won't have their knives. And you do not want him to escape his bat. I mean, sure, he might be, like, on the brink of death, but that's not enough. I mean, for that matter, he could escape his bat to Cloudenberg and then walk into the castle. Although that would be just telling them where you are, and that would defeat the purpose of escaping his bat, kind of. This is a very good area of the board for escape's bat. Escape. Oh. Yeah. Another thing that I've been getting at but never flat out said is if... yeah, I approve that choice because now he has the knife to block. He can do knife and then dodge, or vice versa. But that means that it's very likely that Dracula gets to escape his bat here. So I would play knife first to... or would I? I might... because he might plot, is the thing. I think I would dodge first. Make sure you get the value out of the dodge as an anti-Fang thing, because if he gets the Fang in it, he wins. 100%. Good. Good. And now that means that Dracula cannot escape his bat, since he chose not to escape his bat this round. Yeah. Now you just play the knife, and he's out of strengths, he's out of mesmerizes, he can't block it, so he's just got to do escape his mist. Or, apparently, since he doesn't have it, either he doesn't have it or he's choosing to make Seward potentially too weak to move in. But it's Seward. He can heal back up to 5, so he'll be out of range for any wolves/bodyguards. And yeah, I don't know. Great strength is gone, and he would be like by bodyguards or wolves put into range for a one claw death in the last fight. But the question is, how many of them will find him? Because there's three spots he can go. I mean, he definitely does not go to Munich, because that's the only place Van Helsing can go, and therefore, if he has a speedy telegraph, he will... Any sort of dawn effects he has, he will play them. Like, Surprising Return, he can use Jonathan Harker to search one of said locations. Speed Telegraph, he can have Van Helsing go first, and check this out, and check Munich, see what it is. Ideally, and the thing is, the hunters still have to be wary of fog, and since he's the best news of all for Dracula is he's still at 6. He is not vulnerable to Heroic Leap, which is one card that we haven't seen yet. There's lots of, wow, this still could go either direction. If the hunters gets wrong, there are few enough locations he could be that at least one hunter will find him. Oh, but he's misdirecting Sarajevo, so that's actually 4 locations. But since Van Helsing can go to Munich, there's guaranteed to be at least a chance of a fight. But the question is, which one will find him? Surprising Return would help things out a lot, because that means that basically always it's a 2v1. Assuming, of course, that the second fog was on one of those other faces that he was previously at. But that is no guarantee. Okay. So Dracula has to make a choice, but the fact that he was on a reckless vampire in Zagreb, especially when they had just checked all the coast and therefore was on to the fact that he was going inland, chances are he would have played a fog if he had it. So therefore I think that, and Mr. Green he knows that Mr. Green will play as much, so he can't go bluffing. So they're just going to pile on, so he's just ambush the right person, and because they have only this last day. This is going to be the last day one way or the other, after this turn is over. Yeah, apparently just waiting for... Yeah, this is... Wow. Oh, making me and the... nah. Wow, they're making us audience wait for this tense finale. Okay. All right. So, where is he going to move? We don't know. We had no layers to give us any hints. He misdirected the only spot that was on the trail. All right. Next question: are there any Dawn effects? Surprising return? No. No Dawn effects. So it's just a guessing game. Where will Goldaming check? If I were Goldaming, I would check Vienna. That seems like the in-between spot that is the least obvious for someone early to check. I think that he's counting on it being like Goldaming goes to Sujed, Seward going to Sarajevo. Okay, he checks Sarajevo. I would check Vienna with Seward. That's what I would do. Have it be the last person that checks the most obvious spot. Munich, I mean, come on, he's almost certainly not done that. Because that guarantees that you get attacked 2v1. Yep. This is looking much as... Oh! Oh! Nice! Threatening Munich while really threatening Vienna. Good. Yeah, I called it. He was there. Munich is just like, no, why would he do that? So, I mean, because that's a spot where everyone might pile on. But the battle is not yet won. What encounter is there? Yeah, I anticipate that Sword and Goldaming would be checking these two spots. It is fog. Does he have forewarned? HP. It doesn't matter now, but he's at 6. GG well played. GG well played, PizzaWizard. GG well played. It both. Great. 8 doubleheader. What a pair of matches. Third game? Or... Oh. Yep. Yeah, in the PizzaWizard was so scared going into this match. After losing his hunter run to MisterGreen. So, but here we are. I would not have called this, but yet here we are. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. Admittedly, he has only 2 items, so it is nigh impossible for him to kill you. But, yeah. He still had that fog all that time. He could actually, if he wanted to, claim feed for IDS, but unfortunately, since MG is got precisely 9 IDS, it wouldn't matter since MisterGreen is the higher seed, barely. So he would get pick anyway. Wow, what a match! What a pair of matches. Let's see if they want to chat a bit. But to those on YouTube, if you don't feel like listening to that, thank you everyone for watching, and to those on Twitch who don't want to hang around, and Archwin, Walker Terminator, thank you for being about. Strider as well. Thank you all for watching, and see you all next time. Bye. Okay. In chat. Wow. What a game. Yeah, that's the question I'm interested to know too. Okay, PizzaWizard is gonna come. Let's see what. Apparently, there's no forewarned. Hey, PizzaWizard, GG, well played. Congrats on your comeback to force the third match.
I don't know how well I can speak right now. I feel like lightheaded.
Yeah, after such a match as that.
I was supposed to die there. I read the script beforehand, and the MisterGreen worked out. I was supposed to die at the end of week 3. I don't know.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, the fact that they didn't seriously, that Goldobing missed you at Zagreb or was too beat up from the one-on-one you had was huge, because otherwise he would have been going for the kill there after finding you there.
MisterGreen threw me off. The plan didn't actually go the way I wanted it to at the end there after I wolf formed out of Belgrade. The plan was so different, and I thought MisterGreen had both renewed vigors, but the fact that he didn't messed up my math. So, because I was thinking I will form to Sofia, right? I go to Sofia. He's never gonna check there. He'll go over and check all the ports with his renewed vigor, and then after he's left like Valona, because he'll like go Godalming Valona into Salonika, I'll move into Valona afterwards, and I'll be like safe with my fog. That was my thought. And then instead of doing that, he didn't have a renewed vigor, so he just sat on both the ports, and I was like, hold on. Those are my ports. I can't go to those ports now. If I go to Constanta, or if I go to Varna, he's gonna check Varna immediately tomorrow because he assumes that I wolf formed there. I'm like, well, shit. I can't go to a port now because he didn't have the renewed vigor I thought he would. He just sat on both the ports blocking them.
I think that's just a wise call on his part because he had some time to burn. So therefore I think that was just the wiser call on his part.
Well, right, and especially if you only have one, I think it makes a lot of sense. I just assumed that MisterGreen had everything. I was like, that guy, he deserves the world. He deserves the world, so I'm sure he has the world. But
yeah. And hi, MisterGreen.
Hello.
Close game. At least you secured yourself pick once again, getting the pick for which side you're gonna do. Are you gonna pick Dracula?
Wait, hold on. Wait, I had 6 health. Don't I get to pick which side I want?
Yeah, PizzaWizard is the biggest.
You beat him down low, but he healed a lot, and he still had a lot at the end. That's what counts.
Yes, 2, I think, right? Am I crazy?
I had only 2, yes. So you're picking.
Or wait, did I just forget it entirely how much IDS you got, or something?
Because I caught him in a last-second fight that I couldn't quite finish it. And
right.
Neither of us had Agatha all game, so he was able to get away on 2 HP.
Right. Sorry, I forgot that detail. So yes, you did. In that case, congratulations for securing a better victory. And but are you gonna pick Dracula? the irony.
I'm legally considered intoxicated right now by the victory I didn't expect I'd get, so I think that I'm gonna
take
a moment and think about it. But I'll let you know tomorrow, well before our game, MisterGreen, so you have time to plan if you wish to.
No problem. Yeah, we have 50-50 wins with Hunter and Dracula now in this tournament against each other.
It's actually crazy. I was looking at it before, and I was like, yeah, we both won on Hunters the first time. I was like, that's probably what's gonna happen again. I need to win on Hunters, like for the morale boost to then maybe do better as Dracula.
Did we play 2 or 3 games? No, only 2 games before.
But we both won as Hunters, I think, right? It was like
yeah.
Hunters, you won as
yeah, he's talking about it, and I think MisterGreen he's talking about in this league phase when you faced him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there were only 2 games in the first place, not last time, as in last tournament.
I
Yeah. But wow, what a couple of matches. Both were very tight at the end.
I just got lucky that MisterGreen didn't have forewarned, and I feel bad because I've been a Hunter player who's like, I have Dracula dead to rights, but he just happened to draw his fogs again, and what am I just can't do anything.
I think ultimately, honestly, I think that what MisterGreen did wrong is the fact that he did not move Van Helsing into Marseille, as then he could have had better items, then he could have filtered the deck better.
Yeah.
I think doing that like as ASAP would have meant like possibly more stakes for dealing with the the trail, possibly, which means possibly no maturing reckless at the end. Possibly a little random mistake pops up from a supply after a fight.
I thought that was a big brain play to not draw an item on Van Helsing because you wanted to draw it like with your Knights of Flying and all. I was like, he's so smart. He's saving the last few items of the deck for his Eastern Hunters. I'm like, oh
no,
my God. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's all part of the plan.
No. Just a mistake. I forgot it every time. I'm like,
yeah, that's that. Plus, that made it that also made it that it wasn't until the end that he was threatening Vienna. So you were able to walk east casually with no fear of charred carriage from him cutting you off.
I was so low key that game. You should have seen me, MisterGreen. I had my computer. I was like, just sat back, relaxed. Definitely not like constantly wrapping my fingers on the desk. Thinking about what all the options are, looking at any kind of information I can have in the game, even though it has no relevance to the decision I'm making at the moment. It's fine. I was doing great.
Yeah, but over time, long haul, that does matter.
Can I ask, MisterGreen? How many days passed in the game? I'm sorry.
I have it 25, as it turns out.
I don't want to get called out by that. Because again, I think that's what happened between me and MisterGreen last time.
That's something that happens all the time. There have been all too many times where I've heard that where people have said like, I closed too soon, but it was around it was week like this around this time. So it was not week 4, in other words, just stating it was not week 4, since that's where that comes into play. But
I may also need to update my tier list, because I think Local Rumors is probably A tier minimum based on this game. So
in the right moment,
the best Local Rumors I've ever seen. Like that might be the single best Local Rumors I've ever seen in any game I've ever played in or watched. Like that was so good.
That plus the CG that made things so tense. I was fully expecting that you were hiding at Varna that turn, saying, "Yeah, I'll hide because if he does wax cylinders, I don't care. I can go to C, lane at CAG for some points, and off I go again to see, basically do the pirate jack type thing."
Cheeky little guy and get more time on land, and then he was like, "Oh shit, he knows everything," and I was like, and then he took a long time thinking about it. He was like, and I was like, "What is he thinking about at night?" He's thinking about the CG, isn't he? And then he played it,
and there it went.
Oh, man. I can't believe we got the hoax at the beginning. That's what actually annoyed me. That hoax was supposed to mature. There was a fog there, MisterGreen. I sacrificed one of my firstborn children to make sure that hoax matured. And you still got it! I was annoyed by that.
Well, in all fairness, he did have to spend a charter carriage to get Goldaming within that sort of range in time.
That's true. I mean,
so
it was a good play by him.
It was something of a trade-off, and that actually I think is part. I actually think that the fact that he did get it is, and managed to stake the rumored vamp is part of what made you so far ahead, because he gave up so much tempo to neutralize all those threats, because the fact that then Goldaming was delayed. As well from the aristocratic after staking the hoax, after spending so much resources, like things where Van Helsing was still holding a horse, he still had so much to do, and yet you were still just chugging farther away. I think that was another early mistake, MisterGreen. Had you simply had me just sit at Toulouse a day, he would have. I would have. Then he would have had to hide at hide at Barcelona, actually.
At Barcelona, yeah.
Yeah, hide at Barcelona after the fight, because Mina was sitting there. Either that, or you would have had to spend wolf form then, because with things being as they were, the wolf form from Marseille, like that was looking potentially scary, and pressured you to clear the vamp. I think that you might have wanted to let that next vamp just go. Say, have it. At that stage, but
might have been better to do that.
I think you should have let the hoax mature so that you could have shuffled that event deck and drawn a forewarned. I think that's a clear misplay.
Right.
You didn't let that shuffle.
Didn't fit that well.
But well, excellent. This reminds me of what Scott sort of said at the beginning, towards the beginning, how we weren't seeing with Hunters having such a high win percentage. We haven't seen so much bad bad hunter play as or good hunter play as bad Dracula play throughout the tournament. Here's two games back to back where two old veterans both bring out their best Dracula skills to take one game apiece. I mean, that was extremely tense on both of them.
Sometimes you gotta fake. You just gotta wolf form one space. It seems bad, but sometimes people expect you to be optimal, and if you're not, they're like, "Hold on, that's a bad. Why wouldn't you have moved two? It's onto a port. That's the obvious play, right? You just gotta break the mold."
Yep.
So what did you have in Sophia?
Oh, it was the I had a second reckless in Sophia actually, which I think is a misplay in hindsight. I shouldn't have put a real vampire there. I should have put something else because when I moved to Sarajevo, I had all three aristocratics and both hoaxes in my hand. I had no encounter that did anything. I was like, shit. And then you found me. Why did you move Mina down to Sarajevo? Did you know that I was was that what you were thinking at that point?
I suspect the reason for doing so is more like getting closer to the coast so that she could join you in the assault on Varna. Just getting, as that's the natural horse to location for doing so. I actually was not at all surprised to see that.
You thought I was, I'm sorry, could you, so Mr. You thought that I was in
Varna? From Varna, and therefore they were going to horse there next turn, but Mila was just getting closer.
Didn't filming start his turn in Varna, or am I absolutely crazy and that's not? Oh no, he went to Varna, and then he supplied. Yeah, he was in Varna. Right? I couldn't have been in Varna because he went there.
Or okay, in that case, I suppose if you wolf form to somewhere else from Belgrade, was it?
It was it was from Belgrade. I thought Budapest was the next likely spot. And when you didn't check it and you instead walked onto me, I was like, oh my god, MisterGreen is in my head right now. He somehow saw through my weird wolf form back to Sophia plan. And then you moved off, and I was like, oh, he doesn't want the fight? But why? He wanted to move there.
It was 1 versus 1, so...
Right, it's a bad fight, right? But I thought it was all part of your plan, and I was like, why? Did he not mean to find me here? I was very confused.
I was expecting a heroic leap there, actually, when Seward did.
That's why I thought he found me. I was like, he found me. I was like, there should be a heroic leap, but then apparently that also wasn't in the game. Maybe.
Nope, I didn't find heroic leap, sadly.
Oh, he must have had what were they holding on to then? It must have been excellent weathers or something like that. Something that didn't become relevant.
I expect that one of them somewhere or another was an escape route.
Nope. I had excellent weather. I had without me should have gone back to my stakes because I got Vampire Lair, but I couldn't use it because I didn't have a stake.
Yeah, and that's what Van Helsing could have helped with by moving back to Marseille sooner. Mind you, in this case, it would have made a difference. Sorry, PizzaWizard, but simple fact.
Right.
Not a renewed vigor there in this case.
Vampire would have been great. Look, the fact that the maturing fog would have meant that I could have lived does not mean that Vampire Lair should not be knocked down because fog is OP. Fog is OP. And maybe that's OP, but it's very, very strong.
I am saying that you would have won anyway, as you were at 12. -2 makes no difference.
That's also true. I didn't think about that.
So therefore,
you're right.
So therefore, it's only sometimes many renewed vigor. In this case, the way the points lined up, nope, not happening. Useless. It's one of those cards that's either super good or it's just nothing.
If I could rob enough 2 points, I wouldn't have used planned ambush against the vampire.
Yes, that vampire.
That is true.
He's my bodyguard. He got in the way of a planned ambush and a heavenly host. I was like, that guy, he's getting honored posthumously or post-vampirously. He's getting honored after his death because he was like, Mr. President, no, and he jumped in the way of those 2 Dracula killing cards.
Yeah, I think that you should have just taken the chance, MG. Just because he's gonna just try absolute hardest to get the Fang. Just play dodge escape or dodge Fang. What is it? Dodge knife. What am I? Sometimes I just don't know what I'm saying. But I just would have played around it, and then possibly have Mia move to an adjacent space, and acknowledge that it's not going to be the final fight yet.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts there, because you did have one more day to play with.
Well, he has one more day unless that guy sneaks in. Yeah, if that guy sneaks in a bite somewhere, I was like,
yes,
one day.
Yes, I know, but I think that either you need to, if you're gonna take a 2-on-1, you will probably need to just gamba completely. I mean, play the planned ambush by all means as a way to make sure it doesn't happen, but not the Heavenly Host. Save that for the actual fight.
Well, if he doesn't play planned ambush, if he plays planned ambush but doesn't use Heavenly Host there, that's why I played Mesmerize, because I wanted to use Heavenly Host. I was like, if you're not going to use Heavenly Host, we are going to get a third round of combat, or second round of combat.
Then just punch. Then just punch, as I see it.
I might get the Fang then, right? I might get Fang. Bang.
Hi again, JB.
Oh, what's up?
Just listening in.
But, okay, yeah, we were just discussing how that ended.
All I know is the result. I didn't watch the game at all.
It was very, very tense.
It was crazy. It's a crazy game.
He got, to give you an idea, that a nighttime supply got local rumors revealing him Sophia having just come off Varna from looping Black Sea Coast.
Yeah.
And
revealed like my whole trail off of one local rumors night supply. That was random. It wasn't a Mystic research. It was a random night. Could have been anything down there.
Yeah, but he got so many. He got so many Drac events up front that I definitely understand it, and like he's digging for forewarned at that stage. I get it.
Well, he wanted the items as well, right? The items were good.
Yeah, just more equipment on
that too. He had just lost. He had just lost.
I believe it was 5.
Yeah, he just lost a Heavenly Host to deal damage to you. So,
that's true. Yeah, I did fight that guy.
So therefore, and honestly, that's possibly another mistake. Perhaps you just shouldn't have fought and escaped instead.
The Godalming fight, I should have escaped instead of doing the fight, since it didn't go my
for
way.
Sure.
For sure.
For sure.
I had called through all planned ambush for Luther's Revenge. I thought.
And what's more, and also, by the way,
Luther's Revenge is a great card. Luther's Revenge, we all love that card. It actually did good here, though. It did good.
Yeah, it definitely did a good job there. Which, by the way, I actually would have started with your knife instead of the Heavenly Host. When he chose to do plotting as his first card, assuming that you're not going to do punch, that is. I would have done punch or knife. Reason for that is that then when he doesn't know what you're going to play next, he has to is he going to do Heavenly Host now? Is he going to do Heavenly Host now? That's an element of combat that the psychological effect of that is just underestimated. I think.
Yeah, I think he had a gun or a rifle as his second item.
Oh, he didn't have Heavenly Host.
But he had Heavenly Host.
Oh, he had Heavenly Host. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so he had. Oh, so he had gun. Oh, yes, he had a gun. I remember because I feel like during the combat it came
rifle?
Out he had a gun at some point.
Something that got bullets.
Yeah, rifle, right.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was no. I mean, that was a very good pair of games. Well played to both. And
that first game I was watching, that was nuts. That's really well worth watching. So I hope.
I still feel bad about that game. I feel like it just where's okay.
I mean, just seeing Dracula survive a fight like that, an early fight where he's down to 2 HP, any game where he gets a win out of that, or even just survives long term out of that, is pretty exciting. So
it was a very good game.
Yeah, as for this one, it's kind of started similar in that the hunters weathered the first batch of stuff, but after that, I think MisterGreen messed up in that he wasn't blocking the way out of Spain. By moving Mina that day, you kind of I guess sure he can get a bodyguard mature, but as a result of it, potentially, but then what about Seward? He could have railed to Lisbon. I think that the power of being able to force him to hide or go to sea, or have to wolf him over you, I think was worth not committing more into Spain like that. Yes. I think that was quite possibly the first of a string of mistakes that added up.
After he had a vampire, vampire was a fighting vampire, so Famina would have to come. So she rolled low anyway. So it didn't matter.
There was a string. I was like, if someone can just roll slow on the way to my hoax, I'd be so happy. And then you rolled good. And then after that, I was like, clearly my request was received because there was like 3 1 rolls immediately after that guy.
Yeah,
there was a latency issue. It didn't get there immediately.
And just like, I think that's again the early spy. I think that the spies were MVPs this time because there's a lot of yellow 1 going on, and that in both cases that bought Dracula some extra breathing room. As that slowed down trail clearing, pursuit in general. I think that the spies were the biggest MVP, even though it may not appear so.
Real quick, Fangs, I don't know if you saw that the other game, who I'm just blanking on who is in it, but the other game has just been moved up. They're going to be playing, I think right now. Are you recording that one too, or? If not, I might. Although I don't know if I can't stick around for all of it, most likely, so I can't. I'll probably watch it until I have to leave. Anyway, yeah. I was asking because I was.
I'm not sure about that.
I realize I can't anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, all good.
This is.
Anything that you want to talk to me about, MisterGreen, or anything I can make more clear just about the game?
Yeah. Any other thoughts in general?
Really, you beat me in the fights all the time.
It didn't feel that way. The reckless vampires kept getting dodged, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's dodging turn 1 and it's working. Why did I talk about that? I should have just kept the dodging turn 1 against the reckless as a secret." And now he was using it against me. And then eventually I caught on. Eventually, like 3 fights in, I was like, "I will finally plot." Or I think I mesmerized into the dodge. Or there was some kind of a plot into a dodge at some point. I remember being very happy.
Yeah. But one way or another, I think that's a good place to close out at least this recording, at least this stream. Whether I jump into a new one right away, I don't think I want to do 3 games straight like that. That's a little bit much. If it was still later in the day, I would consider it, but
I might have to leave before 2 hours. You know what? I might record it anyway.
Yeah, just do normal recording rather than.
I'm gonna have to jump off before the end, which sucks. But
yeah, I mean, you can at least get some of it. But one way or another, thank you everyone for watching, and see you all next time. Bye.